On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake.
Make sure your phones are on silence mode to keep your camera on, and please unmute yourself when speaking, and make sure to mute yourself when you're not speaking. Please use the Microsoft Teams feature to raise your hand icon to be called upon to speak. I do have the majority of members on my screen, but I would appreciate you using the raise hand icon if you're not able to raise your hand and be acknowledged by the chair. With that, I'd like to call the Council and Committee meeting to order on today, September the 14th, Tuesday, We do have some changes to our agenda, and I'd like to have the clerk speak to some items that have been withdrawn before we move along.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to committee. Item 5A, the Ed Hovestad from Port Rowan Community Church item has been withdrawn. And the deputation regarding the staff report, CD 2194 from Tom O'Hara for new green space in Waterford has been withdrawn. Staff would also like to speak to item 5A on the agenda, staff report CAO 2165. It's currently a consent item. I'd like to speak to that at the end, towards the end of the meeting when the rest of the CAO staff reports go. And that's regarding an application for encroachment agreement for 16 Queen Street, Langton.
Thank you, Kevin. The agenda is before you for approval. A question, Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The clerk mentioned 5A. I have deputations as 7A. Has there been a change in the agenda?
Kevin?
Apologies. There hasn't been a change. That was just an error on my draft minutes.
Okay, thank you for that, Kevin.
Mayor Chop.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just had trouble getting on there for a second. I'm not sure whether you added the deputation from Dr. Strauss, but I actually just got off the phone with him and he would prefer to come to the council meeting actually next Tuesday.
Understood. Thank you for that. So I'll remove that item from the approval to the agenda. We have had some items removed as outlined by the clerk, and I guess we'll look forward to having Dr. Strauss at council next Tuesday. Okay. With that, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Seeing Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Agenda is approved. Next, I'll ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move along to our consent items. So we do have 7 items of consent for today. And is there any desire on behalf of council to pull any of the consent items for further discussion? Seeing none, I would like to have a motion to approve the consent items as presented. Seeing Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the consent items as presented? That is carried. So with that, we are on to our deputations. I believe we have a few deputations this afternoon. First, we'll go to item A. This is Ed, Hovestad of Port Rowan Community Church. And this is regarding a burial site on church property and adjacent county right-of-way. Ed, will you be speaking to this deputation? Kevin, assistance?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I believe that's been withdrawn.
That's correct, yes.
5A, that was the one that was withdrawn. My apologies. I'm always sticking to script here, and I got some diligent speaker's notes. Next up, then, we would have David Rusnak, Delhi Quants Dam Park Community Cost Sharing Project. David, do we have you on the line? Mr. Rusnak, will you be speaking to this deputation? And perhaps if I could go to clerks just for confirmation of attendee.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, I am not seeing the deputant on the line at this point in time. Perhaps we could jump over to B and then circle back and see if we can get a hold of David.
Sounds good to me. The next deputation that we had registered was from John Benson. This is regarding the Haldeman Norfolk Agricultural Regional Project. John, do we have you on the line? Looking for John Benson. Will you be presenting your deputation? I'll go to clerks again.
I'm looking. I don't see anyone, any John Benson on the line again here. We have a David Thompson. Is he speaking to a particular item?
David? David Thompson, if you'd like to just clarify your attendance in the meeting. Are you speaking to any of the deputations, sir?
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm online.
We can hear you, sir. My question to you is, were you presenting on either behalf of David Rusnak or John Benson?
John Benson.
You're presenting on behalf of John Benson. Thank you. With that, you do have 5 minutes for your deputation. The clock will commence once you start speaking, sir. The floor is yours.
I have my presentation to
we can take a moment to connect with clerks to see if we can receive your presentation or pull it up. Kevin?
Clerks has not, to my recollection, received a presentation from them. But if committee is amenable to having that as a part of the deputation, they may choose to do so.
Do you want to do it right now? Yeah. Okay, do it right now.
We can see your screen. Thank you. And again, we'll start the clock once you are ready to start your presentation in earnest here.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Then you can hear me. That's great. We'll move forward. Okay, my name's John Benson. I'm here to talk about the Everything's fine?
You cut out there for a minute. I can hear you presently.
Yep. Yeah, this is not the best system, but I'll keep trying. So I'm John Benson. I'm here to talk about the archaeological project that's happening in Norfolk County.
Apologies, it would appear we lost audio. We got that you're here to present.
There's about a 3-minute delay for some reason.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you can see my hand, but to the deputation, sometimes this occurs if you're watching on your TV or on your computer, and it's best to turn those off and just focus on the phone, if that is relevant to you.
Thank you for the assistance, Councillor Martin. I think what we'll do is we'll have the deputation work with the delay, and I would say just proceed with the audio as best you can, and I can always give direction in between if there is a delay.
There's YouTube. Okay, I'll try again here. Hopefully this comes through this time. I did have my YouTube on, which was confusing maybe. So if you can hear this, I'll try and go through this very quickly. I have my 5 minutes to compress 5 years worth of work. I'm going to talk about what the archaeological project is, who the researchers are, what the time period is we're looking at, and what we know about Norfolk County's history so far and why the county should donate $1,000 to this cause. The archaeological project is investigating the first settlers of Norfolk County, which relates to a time period of between 9,000 BC and 1,000 BC. The researchers are led by this fellow. There's a picture on the right, Lorenz Bruchert. He's an archaeologist who lives in Vancouver, British Columbia. He's supervised by Dr. Lee Grout, who's a director at the University of British Columbia, and the vetting, which is so important, the collaboration and the correcting of any analytical work is done by Dr. Michael Brandt, and he's at the University of Vienna in Austria. So this is an international investigation. The history of Norfolk is divided into 3 groups. The Paleo-Indian, which is nomadic people who wandered through subarctic and tundra areas of Norfolk County, about 10,000 BC. The subject group is the Archaic. These were the first semi-nomadic people of Norfolk County, marking the earliest beginning and use of local agriculture. This is followed by the Woodland period. This is sedentary farming people whose diet was supplemented by wild game and lived in villages. This is the culture that we know most about because it existed at the time of European contact, and it began about 1000 BC. The Archaic people, these people were about 5 feet tall. They lived about 25 or 30 years, so they were short and young. They had many bone fractures. They had arthritis, which indicates the difficult life they led. They made and used stone tools, which is crucial to this investigation. They used spears and dart throwers for hunting. They did not use bow and arrows, which were not common at that time until the end of the Archaic period. They lived in bark-covered small pole huts with hearths for cooking and heating. Here's a couple pictures of 2 archaic fellows. The fellow on the left is just finishing his spear by attaching it to a wooden shaft. The guy on the right is the crucial one. He is making or knapping a piece of chert or flint to create a spearhead. It's the debris that he's chipping off onto the ground where he sits that we are using to track him and his friends. So we're searching for answers. The only thing remaining of these people are the chert, the flint artifacts they left behind. However, an experienced archaeologist can date an artifact by visually inspecting due to the chert, how it was altered, or how it was reshaped into the stone tool. But more importantly, and this is the latest development, is the analytical technology that allows chert that we find in Norfolk to be chemically fingerprinted and then tracked back to a geological source. By tracking chert across a landscape tells researchers much about the movement, the bartering, and the living activities of Norfolk's first settlers. Here is a location where the chert was mined. This one is in Haldeman. This one is sort of unique because it shows a limestone, the solid limestone on top. You can see the chert below that. It's sort of flaky that the archaic people would have chipped away to make their stone tools. Chert will hold an edge. It will come to a sharp edge, unlike limestone. And in this particular picture, the chert is underlaid with limestone. These are all sedimentary rocks. This is a map that shows the flow of chert out of the region to different parts of North America, and also the bartering system that's bringing different materials into Haldeman, Norfolk, particularly things like the conch shell and shark teeth, which of course are not native to this area, so we know there was a trading system going on. Here's a site, Ginseng Farm in Norfolk, and we can see the artifacts laying on the ground. I'll show you a close-up in a minute, but it speaks to the change of land ownership over the many years that this land has been here. This is a close-up of that same Ginseng Farm, and this is kind of unique because the spearhead at the top is from the Archaic period. I can tell just by looking at the difference to the Paleo-Indian spearhead that's on the bottom. Even though these pieces are about 5,000 years apart in age, they were found within 5 feet. So all this stuff is documented when we pick it up. Here's another extraction site on a local creek bed. So the difference that makes this part of the world different, a part of Ontario, is the bedrock is very close to the surface, and the Stone Age people were able to dig up this rock and use it for their tools. This is another location that I've been at. This is where a local extraction site where there was actually an archaic campsite on top of it. So people went along this creek bed, chipped away and got the chert out, and then went on top, had a campsite, and that's where they would do their napping, and we have those results. This is another interesting spot in Haldeman this time. It's a small cave that was formed from Stone Age man mining chert out of the side of this rock face. So what have researchers found in Norfolk? We know the archaic people usually lived in a small hill close to a swamp. They followed the creeks and streams as they did repetitive seasonal migrations. They traveled to the mouth of waters, which is Lake Erie in this case, in the spring to catch fish, trade, socialize, and find mates. They lived in small summer communities of less than 50 people right on the shore of Lake Erie. Then they migrated upstream in the late summer and fall, and they separated into family units of less than 8. The wintering sites are at the creek headwaters, usually by a wetland. So people are moving back and forth along these creek beds, which is how we're tracking them. The chert that was mined in Haldeman was transported to quasi-farming communities in Norfolk, and then they supported an extensive exchange and bartering network from Baltimore all the way to northern Michigan. We find pieces of our chert in these locations. Why should Norfolk donate $1,000? In 3 years, there will be 6 papers published on this work where Norfolk County will feature prominently. The project will provide an opportunity to introduce Norfolk County residents and Ontarians to research on First Nations cultural heritage. It is crucial that Council acknowledge this work occurring within their own jurisdiction and will go hand in hand with Haldeman Council's endorsement. The funds would go directly to the University of British Columbia and will publicly validate the research into Norfolk's Indigenous history. So my job, I'm not a researcher. My job has been to collect the funds and for the lab work, which is about $55,000. Most of this work is volunteers, but the lab work has to be paid for in cash, which again is $55,000. You can see the people who donated. The big money is coming by private Norfolk-centered industries, and we've collected $45,000, which is very close to our $55,000. So I'm very pleased with where we are now. The last slide here is indeed the resolution from Haldeman Council that I mentioned that they are on board. And again, I'm hoping you folks here at Norfolk will also contribute a sort of a symbolic way that you support this program. That's my 5 minutes.
And so it is. Thank you very much for being concise and managing to get a lot of information in a 5-minute deputation. With that, I'll go to a committee. Are there any questions of committee for our deputation this afternoon? Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Not necessarily a question, but definitely a comment. Congratulations, you're doing an amazing job. It's probably something that we as farmers out here probably knew a lot about the flint and everything else. We couldn't date it, but we find a lot of it. So anyway, I think it's an interesting project. I think it's a wonderful project, and I'm pleased to hear that Haldeman is also supporting, and I would speak on behalf of supporting such a project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van den Drieschie. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputation. I noted the very interesting presentation. Thank you for coming today. I noted the Haldeman resolution had a date of 2018. Have those funds been used up for anything? Did COVID relate to kind of slowing down your initiative, or?
Okay, this project's been going on for 5 years. There's still another 3 years to go towards it. The funds by Haldeman County have been released. They have been contributed or put into the fund that's going to the labs. There's 3 separate labs, 1 in Austria, 2 in British Columbia. So we've received those funds. They have been used. Does that answer your question?
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, thank you very much for your presentation, very informative. And I also believe that it is a very timely topic during this time when we are having renewed and added attention paid to our Indigenous peoples for a variety of reasons, especially during this time of truth and reconciliation. So I too, along with Councillor Van Andriesche, I would be interested in supporting this request by your organization. Thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments on behalf of committee? Seeing none at this time, you've heard from several members of committee. Are there any parting words before we accept your deputation? Just going back to the deputation for perhaps some parting comments.
There is, of course, much more to speak, but I try to, as you can see by the speed of my speech, I try to keep it to 5 minutes. But I think you've got the gist of what I'm trying to do, or what these researchers are trying to do. And I would also remind people, the North Shore of Lake Erie is very unique to Stone Age people. This is really where the beginning of Stone Age people. It was the lake and the resources of the lake and the climate at the time. So this is, I'm sure people in Toronto would like to know more about their history, but the beginning of Stone Age man was actually on the North Shore of Lake Erie. That's it.
Remarkable piece of our heritage. Councillor Taylor, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Rabbits. Mr. Thompson, how will this research be made available to the people of Norfolk just as things are finished up? And I know it's years away yet, but just want to know how we can access this information when it's made available.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a regular. All the project is heavily dependent on landowners. All the sites are on private land. They get an update. I did do an article for the paper in Haldeman. I'll probably do one for Norfolk. I want to do. COVID has been a problem. Going back to what Amy said before, it has been a problem trying to get this out to people. But I'm hoping I'll be able to speak at community events, and specifically 3 years from now, as part of the agreement, Norfolk County will get those papers when they're first issued. One last thing, if I get this $1,000 off you folks, I will not be coming back for more money. I have that assurance for you.
Are there any further questions of committee? Seeing none, I would ask to first accept this as information. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Seeing Councillor Taylor as moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Micheli. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? So carried as information. And I'll go back to committee. Is there anything resulting, questions of staff or any motions resulting from our deputation? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a reasonable request for a contribution. I think there'd be good value served coming from it. And how do you wish to entertain a motion to provide dollars towards this project? Or is that up to the clerk to define, Kevin?
I think we would need to go to staff and perhaps identify a funding source. So if staff would like to respond to the councillor, seeing Shelley Darlington.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Yes, just seeking clarification on a funding source. Council could consider this from their council grant annual program. You'll recall that during the budget deliberations that funding source was reduced, but we currently have a balance of $6,500 that is unallocated. Staff would also recommend a similar motion by committee to consider with respect to receiving a copy of the final project to be publicly available.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, so I would, if we can put a motion on the floor, recommendation, I guess, at this time, to put forth $1,000 towards this project through the, what was that fund called? The Community Initiative Fund, Shelley?
Through the chair, the council annual grant program.
Okay, through that. And also that we receive a report of the findings of this particular project.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Huffman in support. as a seconder?
Yes, absolutely.
And would you like to speak to the motion as well?
I just wanted to say that I was enthralled by the information, and I'm so glad that we're able to contribute some money to this worthwhile cause and learn more about the history of Norfolk County. So I'm pleased to second this motion.
Very good. We have a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have been more than happy to move the motion myself, and maybe I'll have to contact the researchers. I got the cigar box at home at 55 years of picking up arrowheads in the tobacco field. I'm sure Linda has the same thing, right? But, and maybe they can, do some sampling on some of the bits and pieces I have there, and I know where they came from. So.
Very good. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimously approved. Thank you. With that, I wouldn't mind going back to clerks to see if we've connected with David Rusnak and if we have our deputation on the line. Otherwise, we'll have to move on to our communication items.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, we haven't been able to contact him. He's not on the list here. So clerk's staff is currently trying to seek contact with Mr. Rusnak, Rusnak, and if we happen to do so later in the agenda, we'll notify committee.
With that, we are on the communication items of our agenda. And we'll go down the list. I know that Tom O'Hara has withdrawn the communication item. First, we'll go to 8A. This is, rather, I should say, have any communication items been pulled for discussion? I think that's more in order.
Sorry, through you, Chair Rabbits. Teresa has her hand up, so she might have more. The deputation is in the waiting room. Okay. Let me try and find this person. Sorry.
Okay. I don't believe we had
Aaron,
any communication items pulled.
You watching the meeting just to help this deputation on?
Sorry for the technical difficulties there. Are they calling in? I haven't set up the dial-in feature. That might be an issue. Or if they're using their email, then they should be okay.
Through the chair to Kevin, I understand the deputation is calling in on Teams.
With a phone number or with email?
With email.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, while we at clerks here work out the technical difficulties with the deputation, could we do communications to keep the agenda moving, and then we can circle back with this deputation?
I would like that, yes. And with that, so I've pulled a couple items from a previous information package for discussion. We haven't pulled any communication items from this agenda, so I think I'd like to get those approved before vacating the chair to Vice Chair Taylor. Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I had a little note here for myself. Actually, communication item F, I wondered if Lydia would be able to just give us a very brief verbal update, or possibly even Shelley, specifically on item number 2, which is the Port Dover County Medical Center, because I declared conflict on that. So I wouldn't mind the update, and I'm sure the public wouldn't mind just a verbal update, if at all possible.
I don't see an issue with that. And I'm seeing no objections from committee. Shelley, are you prepared? Do you need some time?
Sure. Thank you, through Chair Rabbits. I have Lydia on the line as well, so she can join me if I'm not capturing all of the details. So with respect to the county medical building, that sale transaction closed on August 31st. It was sold to company 1311041 Canada Inc. The sale price on that property was $650,000. If there's specific details that Councillor Martin is looking for, in addition to those comments, then certainly we can have Lydia address any of the further information that you're looking for.
Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Chair Rabbits. I certainly would be interested in whatever other information council has been privy to, and that can come at a later date as well. If there's just maybe a memo we can attach that I can share with the community, it doesn't have to happen today, but that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Shelley, you're okay with that as direction?
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Yeah, we'll take that as direction and provide some additional context on that file.
Very good. And to keep our meeting moving along, I would like to request a motion to receive the remaining communication items that have not been pulled as information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Martin, do we have a seconder? Councillor Vanden Drieschie, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Communication items are considered adopted. With that, I'd like to vacate the chair to Councillor Taylor and speak to the capital gains tax items that I have pulled.
Certainly, and I suppose go for it.
Thank you. So it's come to my attention that we had a couple items of correspondence, the first being the town of Petrolia regarding capital gains tax. Just bear with me here. I'm pulling from previous information package. And I had liked the wording in their letter here regarding their August 9th, 2021 regular meeting of council. They were referencing the town of Fort Erie's resolution on May 31st of 2021 regarding the capital gains tax exemption on primary residences. They had included their member of parliament, their member of provincial parliament, the town of Fort Erie, which was the original author of the letter, and the municipalities of Ontario. I was hoping that we could produce a similar letter supporting the town of Fort Erie in their resolution. I had also pulled the city of Sarnia capital gains tax on primary residence, as the city of Sarnia actually had contained the Fort Erie correspondence in our agenda package. And if you'll just bear with me, I'm going to locate that. Okay. And so in the correspondence from Fort Erie, and I'll just read it and I'll be brief as follows. The Municipal Council of Fort Erie at its meeting on May 31st, 2021, passed the following resolution. Whereas primary residents are currently exempt from capital gains tax, and whereas secondary and additional non-primary properties are subject to capital gains. And whereas the federal government is currently looking into a primary residence capital gains tax, as they have recognized that affordable housing has become a serious issue in Canada, and whereas smaller communities, including the town of Fort Erie, are seeing an unprecedented higher selling prices that are outpacing prices in larger cities. And whereas many hardworking Canadians who have only a primary residence with no additional non-primary homes count on their home equity as financial aid to apply to upsizing or downsizing their home, depending on their personal situation. And whereas a change in taxation to primary residences would be a significant financial blow to Canadians and would create an unfair two-tier taxation, which could lead to depleted savings, intergenerational disparities among diverse groups such as seniors, who may have a significant portion of their savings vested in their primary residence, as well as reducing the ability of home ownership thereby furthering a higher need for rentals, and whereas the federal government could look at other means to slow down the rapidly escalating housing costs to improve housing affordability. Now, therefore, be resolved that the federal government cease further consideration of eliminating capital gains tax exemptions on primary residences, and further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and all members of Parliament. I think it's very important that we address the questions regarding capital gains tax on primary residence. I think that the town of Fort Erie has a lot of similarities to our municipality, and I am very concerned that taxation on primary residences would further the housing affordability crisis that we are experiencing. I could only imagine trying to sell my primary residence to either upgrade to a new home to support a family or to downgrade in retirement, and trying to calculate, how much taxation is going to be charged on my home equity. Am I marking up my home price as a result? Am I pulling a figure, $40,000, $50,000, attaching it, hoping to recoup some costs from potential taxation down the road? We haven't really heard a lot about what that taxation would look like, but I imagine that any percentage point on $250,000, $500,000 is a large sum of money. And I think that our community is in a very similar situation as Sarnia, as Fort Erie. And I was hoping that we could endorse the correspondence that we had received from Fort Erie, very similar to what was done in Sarnia and what was done in the town of Petrolia. I would like to put that motion on the floor to circulate that correspondence, because it is of grave concern to this councillor, and I think to this this committee. So with that, I would like to move that recommendation to support the correspondence from the town of Fort Erie, including our Member of Parliament, our Member of Provincial Parliament, and the municipalities of Ontario.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will second that motion.
Thank you. And any further discussion? Councillor Van Adrishi?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good idea to circulate that. I don't believe that the CRA is considering that. It's always been a discussion point, but it's never been something that's really enacted on. But to this date, taxation only occurs on secondary residences or cottages or whatever. So I think it's a good idea, though, to keep it in their minds to say, no, don't touch our homes. So I think it's a good idea. Thank you. I'll be supporting that.
Thank you. Anything further from anyone else? With that, I suppose all those in favor? Carried unanimous, thank you. And I suppose we're also looking at receiving these two pieces of communication separately. If I could have a motion for that, please. Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. And with that, I will send the chair back to you, Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you very much, and thank you, committee, for your support. With that, we've arrived at staff reports. I'm assuming that our clerk's department, if they work out their technical issues with our deputation, will interject. Our first three reports are from our operations division. First, we'll be starting with item A. This is staff report OPS 21-09, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Priority Place Funding, Forests and Treed Swamps, requiring a budget amendment. Do we have Mr. Cridlin on the line to present?
Yes, to the chair, I am here. I'm going to probably go videolessly. As you can see, when I do go on video, I'm very blurry. So it's I'll just not go that way. So anyways, yes, first of three reports from operations. I will try to be brief. The environmental The Environment Climate Change Canada Priority Place Report. At first, maybe a bit of a confusing report to some councillors. I say an amendment report, but also is for a good reason. It's money coming into the budget. And it's also asking for an addition of a 0.3 FFTE, which I will explain to the report. So if council does approve this report, the county will be receiving $64,000 over the next 2-year period for work to be done in its county woodlot properties to both manage forests and lands, improve species at risk, habitat, and manage for invasive species. I'd just like to say this is work that staff would be doing anyways. However, with the $32,000 per year from the federal government, it would allow staff to do more of this important work, as well as at no cost to the levy. As stated in the report, there are 11 areas across Canada that were deemed priority places through the federal government, and our little Walsingham forest area here was the one in Ontario, which is a priority place for the next 2 years. So I think that says a lot to the gem we have here in Norfolk County and our natural environment. Adam Biddle, the supervisor of forestry, was key on securing these funds. Adam attended and was on a working committee, and as a result, was able to demonstrate that Norfolk County met all the criteria for the grant funding. Basically, the federal government through Long Point Trust Basin will match dollar per dollar up to $32,200 per year that Norfolk puts into money it's already spending in Norfolk County lands. This money it's fairly wide open. It's a good grant that way. It can be spent on materials, supplies, contract services, and staffing. Staff are also asking for the extension of the FTE of the forest technician. The forest technician is only a 0.7, and staff feel that it was just logical to extend this FFTE to make it full for the 2 years of the grant. This position would be responsible for the bulk of the work to carry all the work out and make sure the grant money is spent in accordingly. Staff are fully aware of the perception of increasing FTEs while coming out of 2 tough budget years and going into a third. However, I think I just need to stress that this position is only full-time for the duration of the grant. So that would be for 2021 and into March of 2023. And all costs will be covered by the grant. It will not be on the local tax levy. I can also let council know that with all temporary FTEs that are coming through, I know council always want to make sure that there are checks and bounds in places, that we just don't carry this 0.75 FTE to a full FTE in future years. I can guarantee you that won't happen. It is tied to the grant money, and there are a lot of checks and provisions built in through finance as well as our staff that when the federal grant is complete, this position will go back to a 0.75. Not saying that in the future perhaps the something would have to come back to council on. So with that, I think it's a good news story, and I'll turn it over to county council for any questions they may have.
Questions of committee. First, we'll go to Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Bill, the cash component that is part of the matching, where is that coming from in our current budget?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop. I'll start, and I believe Adam Biddle, who is much more involved with this, is on. I may turn it over to him. These are dollars that are already in our operating budget that we will be spending on our properties. We just have to demonstrate for the grant money that we are spending this much money in normal practices, and they will match it, enabling us to do more work.
Okay. So that leads into what I'm going to ask then. So, in terms of increasing the FTE and using those additional funds from the program to make up that 0.25 of an FTE, what I struggle with this is 880 hectares is about what, 2,200 acres that the taxpayers of Norfolk County not only pay to manage, but we forego all of the tax revenue that would be coming in if those woodlots were privately owned. So, and we're doing that for the betterment of all Canadians and the environment. Somebody certainly in downtown Toronto isn't paying to manage woodlots. Yet I'm going to assume they produce far greater carbon emissions than we do out here in Norfolk County. So I'm kind of confused as to if we found in the budget the money to do the matching in kind for the cash component, why did we not look to actually give the taxpayers a break for once and reduce the operating costs from the FTE portion, since it's work, I think you said, that was already going to be done. So we could have actually, as opposed to adding the 0.25, we could have reduced next year's operating budget by that amount.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll attempt, and hopefully, Adam, you are listening and can come on. I think the FTE, because the grant is open for material supplies, contracts, and staffing, we had just thought that this is extra work we're doing, and with the extra work, we do need somebody to administer the grant, I'll say, and actually carry the work out. And without the FTE section there, again, it would have to be, somebody would have to take it over, and we just don't have the staffing resources. So that's why we thought a component of it would be to extend the forest technician job to carry that through, plus do the work.
But it's extra work for staffing, but it's not extra work in the cash component?
Through the chair, Adam, are you
we found the money in the budget to use for the cash component, so that we're not putting that on the levy, but yet we're creating a larger position on this temporary basis, when it would be really nice, especially on the forestry side of things, to actually reduce our budget for once with the grant money that we've received from the province.
Yeah, I don't here, so if you don't mind, I will interject.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
Adam, the floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chair Rabbits. And through the chair to Mayor Chop. Yeah, so I believe if I understand the question correctly, you're saying why wouldn't we, if we were spending this much money, why wouldn't we do the same amount of work and then have half of it covered?
Well,
I think,
Adam, just if I can clarify, so what I'm saying is, again, taxpayers in the city aren't paying to manage woodlots, and the reason we're doing this through climate change programs and so on. So the taxpayers in Norfolk County, when they look at their tax bill, they're paying, not only foregoing the tax revenue on 2,200 acres of woodlots to manage, but they're actually paying out of their own pocket to go and manage those woodlots. So when money comes to us from the provincial or the federal government for a climate change program, if we're already finding the matching contribution in cash in the budget, why would we not look at reducing our operating costs with the labor component, as opposed to now adding an additional 0.25 of an FTE, when this council has just gone through laying a number of staff off over the past 2 years. And now we're looking at adding in an area where I think we could have looked to actually give the taxpayers a break going into next year's budget.
so I guess the best way I can kind of answer that is at the end of the day, the cash and the match, like it's fluid. So whether it's material supplies, contract dollars, or staff wages, the dollars are viewed the same. So when we look at our woodlots, and I'll use this specifically as an example, we have things like the gypsy moss spray program. We're doing things like invasive species management. We do annual harvests in our woodlots, which do generate revenue. So all this does come at, it does come at a cost in terms of, doing studies, screening for species at risk, managing invasive species. It's all part of our ongoing operations. At the end of the day, through this grant fund, we are able to extend those dollars even further and get more of that work done. That's resulting in slightly more harvesting over the course of the next 2 years, better information regarding species at risk on our properties. And in terms of the gypsy moss spray program this year, a portion of that is going to offset that gypsy moss spray program. So there are benefits coming from this. It's not a direct reduction on the levy, but it is a no net impact, which we felt was the better option in terms of getting the most bang for our buck from this grant funding, because it is a limited time and we wanted to capitalize on that. So we've already budgeted so much money to invest in our woodlots. We felt the best course of action was to, essentially double that at no cost to the levy.
One more question, Mr. Chair, if I can. And so the
well,
annual
if I may,
cost.
first, Mayor Chop, we do have Shelley Darlington that may have some supplemental for your original line of questioning. Then we can return to you.
Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. If I could just wrap up after perhaps Mayor Chop has done her question, I think it's all related, and maybe offer some suggestions moving forward. So I'll hold until the questioning is done.
So I like the idea of increasing the Gypsy Moth program, but that's more cost of materials as opposed to a labor component. So to me, I just think the more prudent approach in this case would not have been to add 17,000 in additional labor costs, but we could have, the operating budget, whether it's however it's split labor and materials, we could have reduced the labor component of our operating budget, and we could have increased the materials component and offered more people, as an example, the ability for the gypsy moth spraying and so on. At the end of the day, it would come out to a net neutral without increasing the costs, without increasing the labor, and actually giving us more money on the material side of things to go and do a program like that. I'm really opposed to adding, I understand that it's money that's coming in. I just think that we can still accept the funds, but change the allocation of the funds.
Adam and then Shelley.
So through the chair, the only problem with that is there is a work plan associated with this work, obviously. And whether if we pull from, let's say, labor, we're essentially directing that directly to contract services. So, I mean, this is work that we can do in-house. So there wasn't really any desire, I guess, to divert that to contract services, because essentially we're just going to be hiring someone from the outside to do the exact same work. We felt it was best served that if we just kept our in-house staff on who's already doing that sort of work, it would make more sense to do that rather than divert the dollars elsewhere.
Okay, but you can't really add 0.25 of an grant application without coming to council to determine whether or not we were willing to add 0.25 of an FTE when we've been, cutting people's jobs literally over the last couple of years. But Shelley, I'll let you.
Thank you, through the chair, to Mayor Chop. I think, if I may, I think where we erred as staff is we should have communicated the grant application and the intent of the application to council to seek some direction. And I think that we're coming in after the fact to accept the monies, and we've already sort of produced the grant application and the work plan for this. But I think if there is a takeaway here, and I'll certainly ask Mr. Cridlin to speak to it as well, is I think the takeaway here is more of a proactive approach in future opportunities, and have that discussion and work plan with the operations department and council if we're going to propose a change with a potential funding opportunity. But if I may, through Chair Rabbits, pass it over to Mr. Cridlin just to talk about perhaps an improvement we can make moving forward.
Yeah, I thank you, Shelley, through the chair to county councillor. Shelley's right, and maybe I'll tap Adam here to on my comments, but I believe the working group that Adam sat on came together like a little late to the party, I'll say, and then the application itself or the securing the funding didn't come to us until this report is coming the first go around in September. So we're a little behind the 8 ball, but Shelley is right. In a perfect world, such as some of the municipal or federal and provincial funding for infrastructure, we know well out in the front they're coming, and council knows what we're applying for and that sort of thing. In this case, I think we just we were a little behind getting in the game, but we do need to work on that, because I can see the mayor's concern. This just pops up. I think the funding is good, as I said, trying to make a good news story out of it, but there is the FTE tied to it, which I knew was very sensitive to council going forward. So definitely room for improvement in the future to be ahead of these. Adam, anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, I'll just tie into what you said there, Bill, in the sense that these grant funds, I mean, we did start working on this last year. Unfortunately, the way some of these grant programs work, I mean, you're working on an application, for 6 months, and you don't hear sometimes for the better part of a year. So the announcement comes a little bit late. In the perfect world, we would have had this addressed in the 2021 proposed budget. That was the time that the working group was formed, and we just started working on it. So there was no guarantee of funds and no way to really address it in the 2021 budget. We will be obviously incorporating it if it's approved in the 2022 budget. But yeah, ideally, the time it would have come forward was at the 2021 budget, which was just too early, unfortunately, last year.
Thank you to our members of staff for their response. Councillor Martin, did you still have a comment? It has been answered. Next on our speaker list, we had Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question for Mr. Biddle that I think he explained part of it, but the priority place funding had some experience at through the ALICE program. And I think NCC's been successful and been working with the county for the one funding stream on the Pharagmites, try to eliminate them. But I'm going to make the comment that that program, from what I remember, they would certain funding streams, so you could have an application ready and you had to wait for that one thing to open up, but they usually had a very tight window on it when you could send those applications in. So just wonder if this is one of these things that got caught in one of those, they phone you one week, and the deadline is next week, and that's the only time you got to shove the paperwork through the door. So I know the priority place funding, they've sent a lot of money down to Norfolk County that a lot of different groups have worked collaboratively to make the world a little better place. And I think this is just another one, except this time the county's the lead on it rather than one of the partners. So, and I understand the mayor's comments, but I think staff have are going to take that information back and won't let it happen again. So, you know, I can see both points of view, but I will be supporting this initiative this time.
Did staff wish to respond to the councillor's comments? Okay.
If I could just
yes,
briefly,
Adam.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. At the end of the day, this funding is generally a little more difficult for organizations such as ourselves to access simply because of the deadlines, and our approval processes and stuff obviously take some time. So groups like ALICE, groups like Nature Conservancy of Canada, the not-for-profits that are doing this similar work, you know, this is their bread and butter. They can be very flexible and react very quickly, which is why they're very successful in obtaining these grants. This was opportunity for Norfolk to get at the table and kind of take the lead on some of this rather than diverting it strictly just to those groups and through contract services. So at the end of the day, I think it's a good news story in terms of the county being successful in obtaining this grant directly rather than through a partner organization.
Councillor Vanden Driesche, you're next on my list for comments or questions to staff.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I would just like to comment that our forests and woodlots are a huge asset to Norfolk County, and we should be maintaining them as best we can. And if we have an opportunity like this to get funding, and we can still do it in-house, I see nothing wrong with it. I think it's a benefit to all of society, but an actual asset to Norfolk. So I speak in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And did staff wish to respond? We'll give it a couple Mississippis.
I think we're fine here.
We'll move along to Councillor Columbus, who is next on the speaker list.
Mr. Chairman, I would not want Norfolk to lose this funding opportunity, and I will move the recommendation as printed. Thank you.
All right, we have a mover for staff's recommendation as printed. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Huffman. Staff's recommendation. Mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion? Seeing no debate on staff's recommendation, I am Mayor Chop.
So to be clear, I'm not suggesting we lose the funding. Again, I was trying to look for a way that we would be able to actually complete the work, but give the taxpayers a break, given that they support the 2,200 acres of woodlot year over year. So I am supportive of the funding. I am supportive of the application. I just think that in the future, I don't think that 0.25 of an FTE should just be added and come to council like this when there's an opportunity to actually be able to reduce our operating budget.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we understand Mayor Chop's comment. And
okay, understood.
Try to be
so we are in debate. Is there any further discussion on behalf of committee regarding the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And Mayor Chop, I cannot see you on my screen. I don't have your camera.
I am in favor. My camera is on. Perhaps you haven't pinned me with the rest.
I got a KC, but I don't have any video.
Okay, I'll try to turn it off and on, but I am in favor.
Very good. In lieu of not having the camera working, I'll either ask for your verbal, or I would prefer your verbal rather than using the raise a hand icon that could be misconstrued. So the motion does carry, and I do see that we have Dave Rusnak on the line. Let's go to Kevin.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, that's what I was about to say. Yes, Mr. Rusnak is available. Would we like to go back to the second item of the agenda, of the deputations, to hear him speak?
Yes, Dave Rusnak, if we could do a quick audio test. I can see you, sir. Once you begin your presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present, and I will do my best to give you a 1-minute warning when you're reaching your conclusion. The floor is yours, sir, for your deputation.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Crystal Chop, and members of council, and dear friends of the community of Delhi and area, this is in regards to the Quantstam Beautification Project. In cooperation with the Delhi Business Improvement Area, BIA, we are seeking your support in the form of a monetary pledge of the Quantstam Beautification Project. The dam is a hub of activity in the heart of Delhi in every season, from fishing to wedding ceremonies, family reunions, and picnics, strolls through the park, and family pictures. It is the home of special memories and good times for everyone to enjoy. This project will enhance the natural beauty of the dam, attracting more visitors. The project involves placing a U-shaped configuration of armor stones along the top of the lowest retaining wall of the Quants Dam, located 230 Tel Road, number 3 Highway, Delhi. The grand purpose is to provide a professionally landscaped view and center stage for family, graduation, and wedding photography. Strategically placed, the armor stone is designed to sit on, and while standing to the right, the scenic Quants Dam is captured in the background. Furthermore, the professionally designed Quants Dam sign will also be in the background and will be acting as an international postcard, spreading the name and fame of the Quants Dam in our hometown each and every time a photo is taken. Nighttime photography will be encouraged as 12 LED multicolored light fixtures illuminate the waterfalls of the dam with a white floodlight illuminating the sign all year round. When sitting to the left of the armor stone, the island below the dam will be in the background where too it is illuminated at night by a multicolored floodlight. Low voltage spotlights will shine on the armor stones and existing mature trees along the earth embankment opposite the island to add to the ambiance. The Quantstam Beautification Project will cost approximately $17,013.29. We are requesting that Norfolk County cover half of the project in the sum of $8,506.64. A YouFundMe page will be set up for the community-minded organizations, businesses, and citizens of Delhi and the surrounding area. Any funds are raised above the goal will further enhance the landscape of the Quants Park. Further, we will raise our share of the money first. I'll say that again. We will raise our half of the money first. Further, as a side note, I've been involved with the Quants Dam since 1978 when I was 18. In 1979, I became a county employee, and I retired in 2018. So this Quants Park, at the age of 61, I've dedicated my life to it with much passion, as with the community that supported me and backed me in every which other way. So I'm hoping with your support, we can further enhance the park and for the benefit of Delhi and, yes, Norfolk County. And I thank you very much for your consideration on this matter.
And thank you for being judicious with your time. Do we have any questions for the deputation of committee? And I am seeing no. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Yes, thank you through you. I have a question. I think it would be to staff. We do maintain Quonset Dam, correct? So this beautification is
I'm
sorry?
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor Van der Drieschie.
Right. So we are spending money on beautification as well. We're working on it, but this is an enhancement to it. So it will make life even lovelier down in Delhi at the Quonset Dam. And I will agree that many people use it for photo ops and weddings and things like that. Is there, just out of curiosity, when there is a wedding ceremony that does take place down there, is there a fee that goes with that at Quonset Dam? I'm just a curiosity question.
Through the chair, for for pictures and things, there are not. The bride and groom can show up. I think if anybody wanted the pavilion, certain things like that, but no show pictures, there is no fee that I know of.
Okay, but if they're using the pavilion or something like that, there is a small fee for that, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. No, that's good. That's good. I think the beautification idea is a wonderful idea, and I think it's great for Delhi, and all of Norfolk knows Quonset Dam.
Thank you, Councillor Van den Drieschie. Are there any questions specifically for our deputation? And I'm seeing no hands. I would like to ask for a motion to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. And is there any questions of staff, or would anyone like to propose a motion as a result of our deputation? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dave dropped this letter off at my mailbox a couple weeks ago. I appreciate that. I have since communicated with the BIA of Delhi, and this property is not in the BIA district, but the BIA really does, the Delhi BIA believes that it will enhance activity in the downtown because it is a destination stop for weddings and other uses, fishing and everything else that goes on. It's part of the Big Creek Valley, and there's a lot of fishing takes place there. There's a fish ladder there, etc. So I guess where do we go with this? It's an $8,506 request from the county to Shelley, I guess. Should this be directed to our budget talks come this fall as a capital levy item, or should it be part of the January talks with respect to the levy? Shelley?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Thanks for that question. So I'll ask Ms. LaPlante to chime in if needed. Council did consider a report previously with respect to fundraising initiatives. And I think it is the intent of council to ensure those fundraising initiatives have met their target goals, and then council allocates the necessary funds over to the project. So I would suggest that the fundraising needs to be completed, but certainly we can bring that forward for budget deliberations, and then council can consider certainly where to fund it from. And there's a couple of different opportunities that council could consider from the Parkland Reserve Fund or from the annual grant program. But I think that is the direction of council, is that the fundraising initiative be completed first.
So do we accept and support this in principle at this time, or do we just let Mr. Rusnak and his colleagues in the BIA go forward and raise the money first without accepting it in principle?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we can certainly receive it as information, accept it as principle. We can put a placeholder in the budget deliberations, similar to other capital projects that we have, that there's fundraising that is occurring. The one that comes most to mind is the Waterford Skate Park. There is a capital budget project for that initiative, and it's on hold until the fundraising portion is completed, and then the county would initiate the program.
So can we get a recommendation worded to that effect as to what you just mentioned? And I thought I saw another hand up, but anyway, I'll let someone else ask the questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Columbus. We do have some speakers. We'll next go to Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, Shelley, just the way that was kind of phrased. I mean, it almost sounds like we're developing a policy of if a group comes forward and puts up 50% of the cash, that we're just sort of automatically going forward with it, as opposed to it sort of being discussed as an initiative at budget time. But I'm also wondering, Councillor Columbus, we are seeing an increase in, philanthropic activities from some of our local developers, and I would say that Delhi is experiencing significant development, in part due to obviously the water situation, which is driving a lot of activity there. I'm wondering why the opposition to not, trying to raise the full amount, as opposed to, immediately coming to the taxpayers and wanting 50% of the portion, when I think, that's a relatively reasonable target that might be able to be raised, again, from some of those builders that are now seeing substantial growth in Delhi.
Let's hear from our staff members, Shelley and Bill, and then we'll allow Councillor Columbus an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits, and I apologize if I wasn't clear in my response. It was a little around the circle. So it would be my recommendation that we receive the deputation as information, and that we direct staff to bring forward this project for consideration during the budget process. And then further, I just wanted to add that there would be fundraising commitments, and financing would be a portion of fundraising in that budget project for council to consider during deliberations.
Bill?
Thank you, Chair Rabbit. Yeah, I was just going to comment. I had met a couple times with Mr. Rusnick on site, and at first we started with a county-owned project, to put this in, and we do try with the new ops group to work and engage with the public. And I was the one that mentioned, maybe a cost sharing. Dave, see where you can go. Dave was still finalizing his numbers, and I think he came up with a $17,000 or $18,000. So I did chat with CEO Burgess at the time, and it was just too much for us to make there. So I'm not sure. I think with Shelley's comments, I think perhaps we should. I think we can chat with Dave before we bring it forward, because there were some in-kind services, Dave. I think we talked about, such things as wood chips and equipment that the contract, we do some of that in-house very, very economically. So, and again, we Dave, I'm not sure if I put you on the spot, but did you come up with any idea with the community on how long it would take you to raise that money? And I know that's a very difficult question to answer, but are you thinking you're going to come to us in December with your money, or are you thinking it's probably later next spring or early summer? So if I can, I don't know if I can ask the deputation that question. Maybe that's something I ask later, but that's kind of key in how staff will move forward.
Mr. Rusnack, could you please respond?
Sure. Right now, as we speak, I have 5 other groups that at this appointed time, I cannot mention their names, they're waiting to see where council is going to come up if they agree with the half cost sharing. Now, I can mention that the Delhi Legion has, upon conditions Norfolk County moving forward with this, they've promised a $500 donation. The Delhi Karate Club, along with the Delhi German Home, have also committed $500. So that's already $1,000 there. I have other citizens who also stated to me, I can only say this verbally, upon condition that Norfolk County comes with the half, they'd be more than happy to contribute monies themselves. But I am still waiting from 5 other area clubs upon condition, and I can't mention them as yet until you guys approve it. And I'm hoping I'm able to raise it all this year.
Further, Bill?
Move forward with it.
No, thanks for that, Dave. And I think the only other thing that we can add is in our discussions to not stress future operation costs out. Any of the plantings will be annuals and low maintenance, and that's incorporated in Mr. Rusnick's plan. So we did have the ability. We want to take on something that with a lot of work. This should take care of itself for the most part.
All right, Councillor Columbus, will allow you an opportunity to respond to your colleague. Yes. And next in the speaker list, I have Councillor Van Passen.
With this discussion and the wheels are moving forward, I think probably the right way to do this and the right way to do any project of this nature is to get a staff report from Mr. Cridlin, listing the options and bringing that back the next week or two or month or so, after he has more discussion with Mr. Rusnak as to what donations he's already received. And I think that's the right way to do it.
What I would like to do is kind of sort of wrap up our question period, and we'll go back to Councillor Columbus and move that as a motion. But let's first hear from Councillor Van Passen. Question for staff, or did you have a motion to table? Not to table, to move. You're on mute, sir.
I hit it twice. I think Councillor Columbus has the right idea that, there's always that difference between capital cost and operating costs, and I want a little bit more detail on what's going to cost to maintain once it's there. So a report back from staff. So I would second Councillor Columbus's motion.
That sounds good to me. We have a mover and a seconder for a staff report resulting from our deputation. Is there any further discussion on behalf of committee? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I'm just wondering when Councillor Columbus hopes to receive the staff report, or if I see Mr. Cridlin's hands up, if he has an estimated timeline for us.
Thank you, Bill.
Through the chair, yeah, my hand was up from before. I apologize. With the tight timelines, I don't think I could make the October deadlines. We're probably looking at November, but I think generally what we do is we take this back to SLT. We meet Wednesday morning, a senior leadership team, and we'll get a date. I'm suggesting now the CIC in November would probably be doable.
Is that satisfactory to the mover and the seconder?
Yes, I'd like to see it in October, and anytime we can get 50% funding from community involvement, I think that's great.
Okay, staff know that, and I'll be in touch with Mr. Rusnak as early as this week for details.
Ms. Darlington.
For the opportunity, Chair Rabbit, just to Councillor Columbus, I am cognizant of the report deadlines for October, so it will be a significant time crunch for that report to be prepared and go through the workflow process for October. So I don't want to commit to October and give Mr. Cridlin some discretion, because it may end up being in November just due to our deadlines for reporting processes.
Councillor Columbus.
Okay, that's okay.
And okay, we're all right with that. We're going to go to Mayor Chop.
I really just wanted to add to that. Bill said that he thought October would be a challenge and he would prefer November. Frankly, we're going into the winter months and our staff have a tremendous amount of work. We have 400 pages before us. We have a number of other pressing projects. I'm not sure that with a park that it could wait a couple months here before staff are given that, a reasonable timeline to bring something back. I think we have to start to recognize how long our meetings are and how many reports we ask for, and put some reasonable expectations here on staff.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Just wanted to speak in favor of the staff report in general and the project at large. I'm looking to get some more information, but what it's worth for Mr. Rusnak, I would definitely be willing to put some type of capital contribution towards your project, and hope that we can support you in some way when we get additional info from our staff. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Expecting a staff report sometime in November, understanding the time constraints our staff are faced with. Seeing no further discussion, I will call a question. All those in favor? And again, Mayor Chop, I cannot see your screen. In favor?
I'm in favor, Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you.
I did turn my camera off and log back on again, or I logged out of the meeting.
I have you now that you're speaking.
Oh, okay.
Look at that. Okay, thank you. So to confirm, the motion is carried. We're back with our staff reports. Just bear with me. Looks like we've arrived at B. The Honorable Mary Claude Bebeau, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. This is a response to the letter to, oh no, I'm in communications. Sorry. All right, I got the right B now. We're still in OPS. This is staff report OPS 21-11, capital budget change of scope, loader, brusher, arm. Mr. Cridlin, this is your report.
Thank you, Chairman Rabbits. Yes, for County Council, I'm hoping that this here is a bit of a positive or good news report. With the formation in late March of the ops group coming together quite nicely, and there's a bit of a renewal of synergies within the groups. And with that report, I think it's evident with our roads and the report is a result of teamwork between these two groups. And as a result, if council approves this report, we could see a savings of about 100, probably in excess of 100 grand in the capital equipment budget. And also we gained some multi-use abilities on a loader in the west end that is probably underutilized anytime outside of winter control. The 2021 capital budget, as it had a line item for about $260,000 for a agricultural tractor with a brusher arm that we have two presently, and this would be a third one for the west end of the county to keep up with the brushing. Staff had looked at this, and the tractors, do work well, but there are some limits. So we've met with, in particular, Haldeman staff have the same setup. So we've met with them as well as other municipalities. We've had the operators out to look at this equipment, and we've actually had our fleet staff out to look at this equipment for, what they see from a fleet perspective for maintaining. So staff so we're recommending that we change the scope from the tractor with an arm to just a brusher arm. Staff are also asking for a single source arm and a modified procurement process. And this is that the arm is a certain manufacturer to be a single source, but it is supplied by many different equipment suppliers. So there will be a competitive bid. Staff will generally, with this cost amount, would have to go to a full tender. And what we're asking is that we go with a quote system because we do know the make and model of the arm we want. Then it'll be up to the individual suppliers to get creative when they bid this to get the work. The other thing I may mention is we did want to speed this up as well. The roads west chopper has been down most of the year for repair, and knowing that it was going to be renewed this year, so we can get this unit cheaper. So saving some money in the capital and using an underutilized loader, and there seems to be proof that it works quite well from what our staff have seen, and Haldeman County plus other municipalities in there have the same setup, and they are quite pleased with the operation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Norfolk County councils for any questions they may have.
Questions of committee. First, we're going to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Abbots, and through you. No question on my part. I'm happy to see the efficiencies coming through with the divisions the way they're set up here. So I'm very happy to move staff's recommendation as printed.
All right, we do have a mover. Do we have a seconder for staff's recommendation as printed? Mayor Chop, seconding. Any further discussion? I do see there's still some hands raised. We'll go to Councillor Columbus first.
Mr. Cridlin, is the reach on this longer than what we've experienced with the tractor setup?
Through the chair, the reach will be the same. I believe it's a, oh God, I'm going to say 25 to be safe. It may be a 27-foot within the tractors. That was one of the specs.
Okay, I was just concerned about that because I noticed some places where the brushing's gone on, there's a little bit of reach that doesn't meet the field shoulder. And so I'm pleased to hear that. Thanks.
And is there any further discussion regarding the motion? Approving staff's recommendation. Seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? That is carried unanimously. We're on to our next report. It is OPS 21-12 regarding roadside grass mowing policy review. Mr. Cridlin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbit. For County Council, yes, the report states the roadside grass cutting policy was reviewed and updated in 2018. And have worked well. However, in reviewing that policy, it went with a different lens, and as well as having 3 years in the new policy, staff had found that the October 15th start date for what we call the fall cut had some concerns. And this year it was very visible that the grass, with the amount of rain we had, has grown quite well. There are areas where the grass is leaning over the road shoulder, which causes some safety issues for the traveling public, and as well as some of our operational activities coming up in the fall. So what staff are asking ability to modify this policy that I know the October 15th date was put in for fall pollinators, which staff realize are very important. That's not. We're just asking to have the ability to change the date from October 15th, depending on the year. And we'd also like to go far enough to have council have some say that we would come to council in August with probably an information memo and say that it's been a really dry year, folks. We don't need to start cutting grass until the first week of October, or in a year like this, we would like to start the last week in September. There always will be a delay from the old days when we used to cut, sometimes before Labor Day weekend. I think, being Norfolk what it is, and with the concern of the pollinators, that we would always stretch that into September, but we just like to have the say of when that could happen. The other part of the report we're asking for is in the spring cut on the artillery roads, they do a 1 pass, which is about 5 to 6 feet, and in the fall they do a double cut, which is 10 to 12 feet depending on the mower. So what we found is by not cutting the artillery roads twice in the spring but only twice in the fall, that vegetation in the next, that last 5 feet gets very big, gets very woody, gets very tough, and it does slow the mowers down in talking to the contractors. So what we're hoping is that we could just change the policy to do a double cut in the spring and a double cut in the fall. We can assure council too, and we've assured finance staff that there will be a little more money spent on the spring cut, obviously, to do the double cut, but we know it'll save us money in the fall because the material won't be as large, dense, or woody, and also, we can save on some brushing costs because what we're doing is running out some of our artillery roads to grab that stuff that's growing back in. So we think it'll kind of be fall or revenue neutral, and we'll be sure of that because we're the ones paying the bills for the contractor. So with that, questions we're asking for just to have a little say on the October 15th date for it to be flexible, with council being notified in August of each year, and that we go to a double cut in the spring and fall of the artillery road. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions we may have.
Questions of committee. First, we'll go to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you, I would like to support the staff recommendation. They obviously know when these roads and these areas need to be cut, and with notification to us in ahead of time, I think it's more than appropriate. So I would like to move that motion.
We have a mover of staff's recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Seeing Councillor Van Passen. We are now in discussion, and next we'll move to Councillor Vandendriessche, who's had her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Through you. One of the main complaints that I do receive is the size of the road, the grass being not maintained. It's very unsightly in a lot of locations and very unsafe at certain locations. So I would be very happy to see that that more discretion is allotted to the department, because sometimes it's and this is a prime example this year with the amount of rain that we received even as an ordinary person, we're cutting our grass much more often than we have in the past, and we haven't had a dry spell at all. So, but I do say that my main complaint around is the grass being so long and so unsightly and dangerous as well at certain locations. So I would like that to make sure that they have the opportunity to take a good look at the grasses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dendriesche. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree that I think that anytime we can provide staff with the flexibility to use their experience and their expertise and their good judgment, it's a good idea. I think that they will do very well to respect the ecological aspects of why that policy was originally created with regard to some of the species at risk and those types of considerations. And also more flexibility will help them manage some other things. I'm just kind of thinking that the October 15th date kind of reminds me in about a little more than a year from now, there will be a municipal election and all of our ditches will be filled with electoral campaign signs. And if they can use their discretion to maybe adjust the dates for mowing around those, that'll be another benefit to this. And I do appreciate the fact that when they bring the report to council in August, those types of considerations can be discussed again. So I'm very much in favor of this. Thank you.
Any further discussion from committee? Seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is D. It's staff report CD 21-94. This is new green space in Waterford 2022 new budget initiative. Now, I know we did have a deputation on behalf of a developer, Mr. Tom O'Hara, who's withdrawn his deputation. I just want to confirm with clerks if we're having staff report as normal or if this entire item has been removed.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, I would defer to Mr. Sloan on the matter.
And perhaps Mayor Chop can assist. Mayor Chop?
Yes, I spoke with Tom O'Hara earlier today. My understanding was the entire report was going to be removed.
Thank you. And seeing that Mr. Sloan is not present on my screen, I think we'll consider that item as removed. We can move on to item E. This is staff report CD 21-95. Engage platform, single source procurement requiring a budget amendment. Now this is Mr. Sloan, I believe, who will be presenting this. Brandon, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here.
Very good. I can hear you and now I can see you. The floor is yours, sir.
Excellent, thanks, and good afternoon. I'll be brief. Further to the staff report, our Community Development Division's looking to move forward with an item to help further achieve our the vision of working together with our community. And this is going to assist our whole organization with community engagement. So we were successful in receiving 2 provincial grants. These were related to municipal modernization. The first was mentioned last week as part of the Build Norfolk review stream, and this one's related to the implementation stream. And it's to move forward with a robust engagement platform. The report outlines the intent to go forward with this, and you may be familiar with that's used by other municipalities, which are listed in the report. In terms of, you might have seen or heard of Engage Brant, Let's Talk Brantford, Engage Hamilton. This is very similar. I've used this several years and many times successfully on projects in my former place at City of Kitchener. 2-year pilot project, so it's a good use of the grant, be more efficient on staff resources, help centralize and organize our engagement and messaging. The really good thing is it's more visual and there's a lot more different tools to do with this when you put together not just surveys and forums for people to dialogue on topics, but to input into projects, master plans, budget possibly recreation strategies, growth management studies, engineering streetscape projects. It's very versatile. So with that, we're recommending to move forward, and hopefully we can do it in a timely fashion. So if there's any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And questions of committee. First, we'll go to Mayor Chop.
Only question I have, Brandon, is in terms of implementation. I know you've got a small, overworked department, and while technology generally is supposed to lighten the workload, sometimes here we've also seen that implementation has sort of added to challenges as opposed to working the other way. So I just want reassurance that this is not going to tax other areas of your overall department where we fall further behind on other priority items.
Sure, thanks for that through the chair. We have had some discussions and worked with our communications and some other staff. I'm getting messages right now from our director of planning that they're very excited about it. The intent, even for reporting back to the province on this, is how we gain efficiencies. So that's part of why we even submitted this grant, and it was part of this stream, is we have to kind of report back and say how it's going to reduce some time, make it more effective, reduce this. And so the key thing I was zoning in on is the how robust now the reporting is for this. It's gone leaps and bounds from where it was a few years ago. So now, instead of staff spending all this time like collecting surveys, collecting information, typing things in, doing charts, summarizing, you can go on and it's all dynamic and it's right there, and you can just extract it, pull it off, create your things, bang, put it in your reporting. So that's part of our intent here. And then it also helps with streamlining, because different areas of the organization will do these differently. And once we build a few of these models up, then we can just kind of replicate and make it much easier.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. With that, I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
We have a mover. Do we have a seconder for staff's recommendation? Seeing Councillor Michelli as the seconder. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of staff's recommendation? That is carried. Thank you. Our next item is F, staff report EIS 21-37, proposed 2022 new budget initiative, storm sewer inspection program. Do we have Mr. Godby on the line to present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here. Through you to all of committee. The report you have in front of you, I can be brief. As part of our new budget initiative strategy for 2022's budget, the intention was to bring forward these types of new initiatives for council's approval and discussion prior to it just showing up in the 22 budget documents. So essentially what we have here today is a request to establish an annual program for approximately $100,000 per year related to CCTV, or closed circuit television, review and inspection of the county's existing storm sewer system. A little bit of background context. About 5 or 6 years ago, I can't recall exactly, we initiated a similar program on our sanitary sewers for similar budget values. Essentially what that does is we put out an RFP or a tender to get a third-party contractor who will do the CCTV and flushing works of our storm sewer pipes. What that does is it provides us with detailed condition analysis of the system. So lack of a better way of describing it, I would consider some of our storm systems to be kind of our orphaned infrastructure. We don't have a lot of good solid data and detail on this pipe network. What this will do is feed data directly to our asset management system, which will then allow us to better plan with real condition data on what areas need to be focused on, where we need to have replacement dollars targeted, as well as where we can find existing failures within the system and have our operations staff deal with those before they turn into a bigger, more significant problem. So with that, we're looking at establishment of a 5-year program into the levy operating budget within our engineering services department, where we would run this work, basically split all of our total pipe network into 5 and have kind of a targeted approach to getting this work done so that we can better inform our asset management plan and make the appropriate decisions. With that, if there are any other specific questions or any other comments, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Before we go to committee for questions, I did have one myself. I do see that Jordan Sangers had reviewed, the manager of asset management for Norfolk County, this report. Do we have him on the line this evening? My question is, how does this particular ask tie in with the overall asset management strategy?
Through the chair to the chair, I guess, to your question. Jordan is not on the line with us this evening. However, I can speak to that. As I briefly referenced, some of the storm sewer inventory that we currently have within our asset management system, the data is pretty lacking. We have some general idea of what pipes exist in the field, but really from an actual condition analysis, we don't have that data. Like, for example, when we talk about roads and bridges, we talk about condition indexes, and that's how we do a lot of the ranking for when infrastructure needs to be replaced. On the storm side right now, we're really driving it based on age, based on history of failures, or in many cases, when we start the pre-engineering design of a road segment that has a storm sewer, we will do some initial video assessment at that point. The purpose of this would be to get all of that data more quickly into the asset management system so we can make those bigger decisions with more data, just so that we can look at it and plan right off the hop. We know that there's a storm sewer that is undersized or in a state of failure on a road, but perhaps the water main and the sewer main are not drivers. So then we can just budget appropriately for just that aspect of a reconstruction effort. I don't know if that kind of helps with what you're getting at, or...
It did assist, and I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Sangers in the near future on the same subject. We'll first go to Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I can't support, this is a significant new budget initiative for this coming year, $100,000 a year on the operating budget for a 5-year period. It's something that I'm more than happy to consider next year to come back to council at budget time for consideration. But to be blunt, we have, we're talking about the storm sewers being potentially undersized. I think our public works department right now, with everything going on, is also undersized. And until we have, I think all hands on deck right now need to be on the #1 issue in public works in Norfolk County, which is addressing our water concerns with 3, water plants that are rated at medium to high risk. And we're not hearing a lot about that. And before I see reports on new budget initiatives in public works, I want to see more reports on what's happening with the water situation. So the water needs to start flowing through those sewers before we move forward with this. So again, I'm more than happy to consider it next year. Hopefully we've made some progress. The causeway bridge will be nearing completion. Hopefully we're on the right track with water. Some of those really big projects will be, moving in the right direction. And then we can consider adding a new budget initiative, but I cannot do so until that time. And certainly not one of this magnitude.
And so, Mayor Chop, are you proposing an alternative to defeat staff's recommendation, or do you have a motion at this time?
I would, my recommendation, I would be happy to move for a deferral to bring it back to the 2023 rather, operating budget. But I'll, certainly happy to give my colleagues, as opposed to just moving for a deferral here and not giving anybody a chance to speak. But then I'm happy to move for that deferral afterwards.
Okay, we can return to that subject, and we'll go to Councillor Vanden Driesche for questions of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. These sewer, have you had a lot of problems with the sewer systems? Say, I can see this as maintenance, that you can detect a problem before it's going to happen. Because we do get more rain. We get a significant amount of rain. We're getting a heavier rains. Do we have a lot of problems with our sewer system?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Driesche. It is a variable thing. We don't, I wouldn't say we have a lot of problems with the storm sewer systems. Like I had referenced, one of the biggest issues we do have is that we don't know how much we don't know about what condition those pipes are in. So while we have not had significant failures within the urban environment, you'll all recall that we have had some significant storm sewer infrastructure failures in the rural environment where, you lose a road cross culvert and it takes the road with it. Those same types of threats exist within the urban environment. It's not been as frequent as what we've discovered in the rural. However, to say that we're currently experiencing a significant problem, I don't think I can say that.
Do we have say for instance, sewer backups that occur because, I'm not an urbanite, I'm a rural resident. When we hear of things where pipes, they burst and the backup of the sewer system is destructive, it's a liability. So we've never had that type of thing. We're building more and more new subdivisions and things, and that is something I think in the future will be there, especially with the changing of the amount of rains that we get and the strength of the rains we get. So do you anticipate that? Like, has there been backups or anything like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden. There are some. There's a number throughout the course of a year. I wouldn't say it's an alarming number at this point. You do raise a good point. With climate change, that the frequency, intensity of some of these rainfall events is concerning to a degree. Because you have that increased runoff, you get that quicker, higher volume storm surge that can kind of happen in the urban environment. You've paved so much. You get a lot more buffering out in the country from those types of issues. But it's definitely something that is on our radar, and hence one of the reasons why we had thought we'd bring this forward at this point to try and just get a better handle on what we have and what the condition everything is in.
So this is a maintenance system as well. So these cameras are in the pipes and things like that. So if we do get some sort of event, it could tell us that there's a blockage over here and we have to address it before it becomes, a major flooding event. Is that, am I right there, or am I just seeing this as a tool to be able to see what the condition pipes are in?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Driesche. Yeah, essentially what they do is they open up the manholes within the street, and they've got a camera on wheels with a little remote control, and they take video footage as this camera travels down the pipe, and they'll note things like, deterioration of the pipe walls, pieces that are missing, if there is a blockage in the sewer that could potentially lead to a backup, those types of things. So they identify that and give us the precise measurements and locations of these types of issues, which allows us to deal with any concerns that may arise.
So a good asset to urbanization is this type of system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vanden Driesche. We will hear more questions of committee. I did want to remind everyone that the mayor has moved for deferral, but it is her prerogative to allow for questions of the report. once we have a seconder for that deferral, essentially the debate would end and we would vote on it. So thank you, Mayor Chop, for that courtesy to your colleagues. We'll continue with the line of questioning of the staff report, moving next to Councillor Van Passen on the speaker list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions. I think I see the mayor's point of view, and I question the need to defer it. Like, I don't see why we can't approve it. We just got to change the date to 2023 because, I'm also of the opinion that I don't want to worry about where the water goes until we got water coming into pipes. So let's put all hands on deck, get the water system moving with the fresh water in, and we can deal with this one in 2023 instead of 2022. So either way, but it's a new budget initiative, just not this year. I can support that one way or the other.
Let's put that back to Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I'm not committing to supporting it in 2023. I want to see not only where Public Works Department is at, but we have also had significant challenges, which is also impeding some of the progress with water in terms of procurement and other departments that are in that deal with these matters. It's not just as simple as approving the funding, but having the staff to actually back this up and move forward. So I'm not approving it for 2023. I was just suggesting that I was willing to consider it again in 2023. So I'd prefer just to move for the deferral, and if staff, depending what happens next year, maybe they might have a change of heart between now and then. If they choose to bring it back in 2023, then I'm happy to consider it at that time. If they feel that, given staffing or workload, 2023 isn't the answer and they want to bring it in 2024, that's okay too.
Okay.
So I guess to be clear, Councillor Rabbits, I'd just like to I suppose, I don't know, maybe the clerk can answer the answer, just to defer the report. I don't have an end date on the deferral, and that will, when staff choose in a future budget year to bring it back, then I'm open for consideration at that time.
Understood. With that, would you like for me to seek out a seconder? We do have two speakers with their hands raised who may have questions, but I'll leave that with your decision.
I would like to keep going through the agenda, but if that's fine. Councillor Huffman can go ahead.
Great. I did have Councillor Martin actually first, then we'll hear from Councillor Huffman regarding a question.
That's okay. I just wanted to second the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I too will second the motion after hearing that there aren't significant issues in the lines, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to confirm, Mr. Godby, you will be giving us a verbal update on the water situation at large today under general announcements, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, that is correct. I have a long list for you all about quite a number of projects that we've had on the go and where things are at over the last couple months. So
perfect. Looking forward to the update.
General announcements. I'll be lingering around for that.
Very good. Thank you, committee. We have a mover for a deferral with Mayor Chop, and we have a seconder. I think first to the punch was Councillor Huffman. There is no debate on a deferral. I did hear that this was not to be considered for the 2022 budget year, but 2023 or beyond. And I just want to confirm that with the mover. If we're not setting a date, at least this is not going to occur in 2022.
Mr. Chair, how about we just read it that the report be deferred to a future budget year?
Staff understand that direction?
Yep.
Okay. With that, discussion is over. I will call the question on the deferral. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Just allow me a moment to find my place in the agenda. I believe we've made it to item G. This is staff report EIS 21-38, request for Rainbow Crosswalk in Simcoe, and this is you, Mr. Godby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee, as you all likely recall, since it was not long ago, in July, we had the deputation with regards to the request for the installation of a rainbow crosswalk somewhere within one of Norfolk County's urban centers, I believe primarily Simcoe. What you have here is staff's review of that. Essentially, technically, we can make this happen. We've taken a look at our capital works that we have coming up in 2022. We are currently scheduled for reconstruction of Colborne Street in Simcoe. It is our suggestion that we add this, the installation of a rainbow crosswalk within the scope of that project. So therefore, 3 of the intersections that we've potentially suggested, maybe Colborne at Bonnie Drive, Colborne at Young Street, or Colborne at Robinson Street. Part of the reason for our suggestion here is we can easily incorporate this into the scope of work for that project in next year, as we are currently finalizing the design stages of that job. As far as that is as far as this specific request goes. The intention would be to finalize a specific location based on some public engagement, similar to what we had done when we looked at the pedestrian crossings ultimately that ended up are currently being installed on West Street and on Cedar Street. We got a great amount of good feedback from the community via some online channels, and we would report back the final approved or suggested destination at that time. Also attached to this, we are suggesting that we add in an operational policy with regards to any other similar or future requests, as these type of decorative crosswalk requests are coming up more and more in municipalities across Ontario. That you can see is attached to this report. And rather than going through all the details of it, essentially what we're looking at is ensuring that any requests meet a specific criteria so far as the condition of the road, and that there needs to be recognition that it must not have a negative impact on the safety of the area, and that it must meet some base minimum requirements to satisfy the needs of the Highway Traffic Act and the Ontario Traffic Manual with regards to the actual size and layout and certain standardized markings that must remain within a decorative crosswalk. The other aspect of the policy would be to suggest that the cost of installation for such a crosswalk would have to be borne by the requesting party, as opposed to by Norfolk County, unless otherwise waived or directed by Norfolk County Council. So with that, I've seen lots of hands pop up and questions, so I will gladly do my best to answer any that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. First, we'll go to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to staff, I guess. Does anyone have any current information regarding the status of the fundraiser that was being done for the crosswalk? I know that there was quite a bit of social media attention to that, and from the last report that I had, there was quite a bit of funds, quite a few funds flowing into that fundraising. So just wondering if we had an idea as to where those funds were at.
Jason?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, I am unaware. I have not been contacted with regards to any fundraising efforts that have been put forward on this one. So unless there's another staff who's present, or maybe another member of council who knows anything, I unfortunately do not.
Okay, thank you.
We do have lots of speakers, so we'll go through them here. Councillor Martin was next, followed by Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is twofold. Earlier, when this initiative came forward, we discussed anticipated, potential damage and maintenance to it, and having cameras in a nearby site. Is that still a priority that we're looking to fulfill? Is my first question. And the second is, what is our position on regular repairs should that occur? I hate to be doom and gloom with this topic. However, I know that that is a reoccurring theme in each community. So what are our plans at that point in time, and is that worked into the policy?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, with regards to the initial location, I know there was some discussion about perhaps the need to have it in an area where there is more, where you could do some video surveillance from a security aspect. Through our engineering department, some of the information that we've gathered is that we don't necessarily believe that vandalism has been as prominent of an issue as it might be. It might gather some, when it happens, I'm sure it does gather quite a bit of media attention. However, the frequency wasn't something that was an alarming thing to staff. And as for the regular maintenance activities, it's anticipated that once the installation was done, that we would be doing any regular maintenance activities kind of within the existing roads operating budget area. Now, that being said, one of the things that is outlined in the policy, and there's an attachment to the report about the this traffic patterns XD impressed surface, and what that is it's not simply just painted on. It's actually more of an embossed, almost plastic lined impression that is pushed down into the ground. So what that does is it doesn't experience the same fading that you will see with highway paints. Our director of engineering has used this on a number of projects in our neighboring municipality of Haldimand County. And there's areas where it's been in the ground for, in excess or around 10 years. And it still looks almost as if it were new. And that's just the nature of that specific product, which we are suggesting would be the most appropriate way to go in order to help reduce those maintenance costs.
Great. So to summarize, we may be seeking out fundraising that is potentially going very well to install this project. However, any maintenance or damages will be coming from the taxpayers from a repair position, which is known to me and will continue to get my support. But as long as the taxpayers understand that the damage to this is going to be coming from our operating budget to repair it, is what I'm hearing from you.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, yes, that would be a correct summarization.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Jason, I just reading the report, I just want to confirm what you're saying is then, because before we said that a rainbow crosswalk was going to have an additional cost implication. We were going to use a crosswalk that was already scheduled in the capital budget. But of course, there would be additional costs over a traditional crosswalk. Are you saying in this report, am I misreading this, that it's net neutral, that there's no additional?
Through the chair to the mayor, no, there will be additional costs within there. I guess the suggestion of using a project where we're already rebuilding the road would be, the overall cost would be, we would get a better price on it because we will have the existing contractor do it. It'll all be a new install. And so there will be specifics depending on how large of an intersection we do and what area is specifically chosen. So it's not to suggest that we will not incur extra cost for the install, but by doing it, pairing it with an already road reconstruction project, we're hoping to get a significantly better price at doing it.
Right. So I think we talked about that. I think there was a suggestion in the original meeting that had occurred after the deputation. I think it is important, though, especially on something that, like it or not, that some taxpayers don't agree with this and so on and so forth. I think that, a lot of money has actually been raised. I believe they're somewhere around 4,000 with their fundraising efforts, which is impressive and a great stride forward. And I think that it's, one of the things that I would like to see, is demonstrating that this is, net neutral. So for those that are opposed and, we are moving forward as the county, we are making the commitment to doing this, but there's also been a fundraising effort that's gone behind it, and hopefully that can help, quell some other, opposition and so on in the community, and maybe get some support from people that might not otherwise have supported it when they realize it's not, funds that are coming out of their pocket. So, I applaud everyone that has contributed to the fundraising efforts. And I think that's when I see the report back, I would be, I think we need to take into consideration what the actual cost of, a crosswalk would have been that we would have incurred, what this additional cost is. And then again, we could, approach those that did the fundraising efforts to be able to contribute those funds.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment would be this. I'm hoping that we have public consultation on this so that the public has some input into where and the fundraising as well. I want to make sure that the fundraising is a big part of this and that the public is informed and would maybe come on board. I do realize there is not everyone is in favor, but I think if the public is consulted and there's more discussion on it, and and a lot of it comes through the fundraising, then I think something more people will support it. Thank you.
Next on my speakers list, I have Councillor Michelli, followed by Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to reiterate what Councillor Van den Drieschie has just mentioned. I do think we need additional public input on this topic. I am somewhat concerned with the, I guess I'm getting ahead of this a little bit, but the policy guideline that we will also be discussing, I'm sure, before we move this, indicates that the entire cost of any future or of any of these projects should be borne by the group or the organization that wishes to have them. And I'm not sure it will be fair for council to fund this one to any degree when other ones in future will have to be fully funded by the organization. So I would like to have lots of public input into this entire question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following the discussion that we had quite some time ago about this particular line painting at intersections, I did receive a number of calls, and perhaps other members of council received the same calls, concerned that their taxpayers' dollar was going towards painting these lines over and above the traditional lines that we paint at a crosswalk. So I would like to know what is the normal cost associated with painting a crosswalk in the traditional manner that we do, Mr. Godby?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, I'd have to apologize. I don't have the number right off the top of my head unless Mr. Cridlin through his ops group would have that, but I can have that pulled for next week. Typically, you can see that we'd have our longitudinal line crosswalk where it's simply just the two white lines that go across versus a ladder style crosswalk, which would be where you have the two lines and then the white kind of alternating pavement white lines across. The ladder style typically are significantly more expensive due to the amount of paint. But that is something I could definitely have pulled for next week, as well as we can try and get a tighter cost on the actual install a rainbow crosswalk at one of these intersections.
Okay, so perhaps next week we can get those numbers. Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to bring up those same couple of points, that we have a policy in place that we recently put in place. The report said that the estimated cost is $10,000 to $12,000 extra. When I read the full report, if we do it in conjunction with a road reconstruction, it should be able to be done cheaper. But we go back to the policy. We don't start until that money is raised and it's done. So, you know, if Mr. Gabi can bring us back a little better estimate, we should just set a number and say, if that money is raised by the community, then we start the project and we will deal with this at budget time, like the other ones we just approved or dealt with an hour ago. So, and, you know, part of the staff recommendation is that there's going to be public consultation. So that part is there already. But again, the whole project should be, you know, I don't know how we're tentatively approving it in principle, but by moving it to the budget process, then we will have it in place for 2022. But we have to give the fundraisers a number, right? Because that money has to be there. We can't just be wishy-washy with it. So if we can get that by next week, we'll probably have a better motion to put forward. So.
Okay, the chair is hearing comments that would suggest opposition or amendment to staff's recommendation. Councillor Van Passen, could you articulate that in the form of a motion? Would you be willing to move that? Are we moving for a deferral for more information?
If Mr. Godby is going to bring information, that we just defer this to the council meeting next week. And then we can tweak it, because the first part is okay, the second part is okay. If we know the fundraising goal that we want to put in place, we'll have that by next week. And then we'll have something that we can put in the form of a motion. So I motion to defer this to the council meeting of September 21st.
Mayor Chop?
I'll second it in the interest
Seconding the motion.
long, but to just ask for a point of clarification on what Councillor Van Passen said. I don't believe you were saying it was 10 to 12,000 over and above to do the rainbow crosswalk, correct, Jason?
No, I didn't say that. That's what the staff report says.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, it is in there that typical using the embossed thermoplastic imprint is about $10,000 to $12,000. I just actually did get a message here from our engineering folks as a point of contrast, a simple white longitudinal crosswalk where you just literally have the light, the two white lines, is approximately $100 in paint. However, that gets painted annually.
I think what I'd like to confirm with staff is we have a motion for deferral. Is that enough time for you to provide additional information? Do you understand the information that's being requested?
Yes, through the chair, I believe really you're looking at you wanting a comparison of a traditional single longitudinal compared to a ladder style compared to getting a cost estimate on a thermoplastic embossed one, which doesn't require the same level of maintenance. So I'll get those costs, bring those back. Really, the biggest intention of bringing this forward as quickly as we did was a topic come up in July, and we want to make sure that we get it rolled into any capital programs that we need to, and at the same time wanted to get council's opinion and feedback on the proposed policy for how we could and should deal with these on a basis going forward. We recognize that There was not any real firm commitment put forward in July as to an upset limit of cost or who was going to pay. So the policy attached is kind of staff's first crack at having this conversation with council to better understand what your expectations are of us going forward with these.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear any objection to the timelines laid out. We do have a mover in Councillor Van Passen for a deferral. Do we have a seconder for the deferral? Mayor Chop, are you seconding?
I'll second it. I just also want to add to that request, though, that we're using a crosswalk that was in the capital budget as a comparison here as well. Like, we're going to pull that out. So it's just the difference. I think that we're all on the same page, that this should be net neutral, which is how I started out the conversation 5 speakers ago, that it's net neutral to the taxpayers.
Yeah.
As far as additional public consultation, I don't know that there needs to be additional. This is currently a public meeting. If people wish to come forward and make a deputation on matters, they're always welcome to do so. So we're deciding on the funding, and we are, as council, I think we can decide on the location as to, based on our existing capital plan and which sidewalks or crosswalks rather were up for replacement anyway. And again, I think we're sort of going around in circles here because there already have been significant fundraising efforts to this end which have taken place. And again, I commend them. So I think they're on track. They want to support the project. We're just looking for, what that gapping in the funding is going to be.
Mr. Godby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following up on the mayor's comments there, as I've not been approached by the group doing the fundraising, I guess if I could put that request out there to them or to any of council who may have some of that contact, if you could forward that along to me and put us directly in contact with them, it'll help us from chasing our tails a little bit here, and we'll get to the bottom of this and go forward from there.
I believe Mr. Adam Berry led most of the efforts on that, but I can get you guys contact.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Godby. Thank you, Mayor Chop. We have a mover and a seconder for deferral. There is no discussion on a deferral, so I will call the question. All those in favor of deferral? That is carried. With that, we've gotten through a fair amount of business. We've been at it just a little over 2 hours here. We've got 6 staff reports from our CAO's office to go through, in addition to 1 staff report from corporate services. I think what I'd like to propose is we just take a 10-minute break. I'm hoping that we can power through all of those reports and have our dinner while we are in closed session, so the folks at home don't need to see us eating. We don't need to extend the meeting any longer than it needs to be for a dinner break. So let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5:29. Okay? Back at 5:29. Thank you, everyone.
Take a stroll along the shore, take a tour on a peaceful country road, and bound to be back for more of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't.
And the only one I'm not seeing on my screen at the moment is Councillor Taylor, but I was having some video issues earlier.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, he's on his way back. I'm gonna go down the stairs.
Oh, nice. It'll be so nice when we can get back in chambers, won't it? Maybe I'll share one more piece of wisdom with everyone from Councillor Rabbits. You know, the whole world right now is short-staffed. I think we should be kind to those who showed up and are willing to work. Be kind. All right, Councillor Taylor, are you back with us?
Oh, yep, here.
All right, I'm having some video issues with yourself, so, oh, there you are. It's funny, sometimes when people speak, all of a sudden they pop back on my screen. So we have everyone back. We are on staff report CAO 21-41. This is the new property standards bylaw, and Ms. Boutis will be presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening. This report is related to a new property standards bylaw, which is the culmination of many months of work across departments and divisions, and was in bad need of the bylaw itself was badly needed an update and a revision. Last year, we also committed at the county to adding a wholly new kind of section to the property standards bylaw related to heritage buildings. So through that, we spent many months working on that update, and that is what is before you today, not for approval, but for direction to release it for public consultation, with an expectation we'd likely get back to council in November. Ideally, we'll have one sort of online engagement session and create a portal to allow people to put in any comments they have on it and ask questions. Beyond the updates that I've advised you of, key one being the heritage update, the other main issue that we're looking at, and I have spent some time discussing this with the clerk also, we'll come back to you in a further report either from the clerk or as a part of this report when it returns, is the nature of the Property Standards Committee. So under the Building Code Act, there is a right of appeal from property standards orders to a committee referred to as the Property Standard Committee. Here at the county, we've been doing that through our Bylaw Appeals Committee. It's a little bit unusual to have it referred to as the Bylaw Appeals Committee for this purpose. So one of our recommended changes will be actually referring to it by the legislative name and ensuring that the bylaw references all the procedural requirements or the minimum requirements of that committee in the bylaw. And then we may also be looking at how to constitute that committee differently than is currently constituted. So that, I think, is reflected in this report as well. We talk about maybe a mixed committee of councillors in the community. Currently, we just have 3 members of council, and we may come back looking for a mix or even solely committee members, but that's not been worked out right now, and we have no report or any preliminary thoughts on that to share, simply that we're looking, and we'll come back for more guidance later in the fall. So really what I'm looking for is authority to do a consultation and come back. later in the fall.
Questions, Councillor Martin?
No questions. See this time and time again with the bylaw appeals committee, and I think that one thing to keep in mind would be the repetitive aspect where people ask for renewals or extensions on top of extensions, just from a resource perspective. We just dealt with that recently, but otherwise I would be in full support of putting this out to the public and collecting feedback. I think an update is long overdue.
Is that a mover with Councillor Martin? Mover, staff's recommendation. Do we have a seconder? There are several hands raised. Councillor Van Passen, and with that, we can go to you, sir.
Councillor Martin already explained what I was going to say. She moved it. I will second it. Let's move forward on this one.
Is there any discussion of committee? I see Councillor Van Idrishi and Councillor Columbus. His hands are raised. We'll go to Councillor Van Idrishi.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not familiar with all of this. I've done some reading on it. My question is, it's the bylaw stand that where my concern is when you have this short list of the scope and everything that we have here. Give me an example of someone could complain about your roof. Is that what I'm reading?
So there are standards for structural integrity, safety. That's primarily what property standards are addressed at.
Right.
And nuisance, that kind of thing. So yes, I suppose if there is a property that is failing, that is visibly falling apart, which is, this is what happens. Our bylaw officers get phone calls and then they go look at a property and determine whether it's out of line with the current property standards bylaw. And that is not an unusual approach to the management of these kinds of issues.
So if I look at something like electrical, but I mean, this is a building code. This is, for instance, how is that approach to say that somebody's going to come in and look at your electrical and your plumbing just because somebody complained down the road? I don't understand this one though. I really don't.
I mean, I'm not probably the best person to speak to the actual enforcement of the matter, but we have one bylaw officer who has a great deal of experience in property standards, and actually I would be remiss in not noting that Michael Ramsey spent a great deal of time working on this along with Mark Van Hee. So yes, I mean, you're correct. If people are not in conformity with this bylaw or whatever bylaws in force in the future, then if there are issues and we are advised of complaints, it could result in an inspection and an order.
How do we get away from nuisance complaints, such as someone that just picks up the phone, doesn't like the neighbor and says, I think his plumbing doesn't work?
Well, I could be wrong. Maybe the better individual to answer that would be Jim.
Oh.
Yeah, since he's around actually. Maybe he could even chime in if you would like an answer to that question.
Yeah. There's several of them on there, and I find them, you almost have to be into a building to be able to say that. So outdoor driving by, you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
I'm just.
I agree. Through the chair, Councillor Van Idrishi, I believe that there is some authority to enter, but I'm going to let Jim Milson speak to that. I think he's available.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. Yeah, there is authority by both building and bylaw to enter a structure if we believe there's a safety issue, and it can be something as simple as a railing. We've had to deal with things like that before. Stair treads, leaking roofs, electrical issues, could be anything. Some plumbing issues we've dealt with this year. So it's a fairly broad range for the property standards. But we do have authority to enter. And then if we find that there's a suspected violation, we can issue an order with a compliance timeline attached to that as well. So that's typically the process.
Okay. I have to say, I think this is a little restrictive, and I have some concerns with it. Just because of what I read, it's how do you get I know we operate on a complaint system, and some of it to me seems tough here. So I'm not sure about it yet. But anyway, that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van den Drie. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Columbus.
Yes, this bylaw is actually, for the most part, in place right now, other than the heritage building edition and that type of thing. Is that not correct?
I didn't do a close comparison to the existing bylaw and the current. I think there are some substantial revisions to the two. If nothing else, just to get updated language and acts, and there are some, I think, more significant revisions. Big picture, it's not all that different between the two.
It is on a complaint basis also, is it not? Or do you go out, does bylaw actually go out looking for these handrails that aren't up to code?
It's all complaint. It's all complaint driven.
Right, okay. I remember back in 1986, this was a huge issue in Norfolk County, and there was almost a revolution over some of this, and it was because of the potential for complaints about a handrail that wasn't properly fixed or in the right place. And I remember like rooms full of people. We had to have meetings in various communities just about this one item of the property standards bylaw. So I hope we don't end up with that again.
Yeah, it's too intense.
Well, we'll see. That was the purpose of requesting opportunity to consult.
Thank you, Ms. Budis. We'll hear next from Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Paula, forgive my confusion here, but is the suggestion that a property standards committee be formed that would replace the current bylaw appeals committee, or will that be a separate standalone committee with members of the public on it?
I'm not sure yet is the short answer. We want to do some research. We can have theoretically a totally different standalone property standards bylaw. I'm sorry, property standards committee. We could also have a pool of people who can form both the bylaw appeals committee and the property standards committee, from which we draw and appoint whenever an appeal comes up. Part of the analysis that we intend to do is to see how much right now goes to the bylaw appeals committee specific to property standards versus to other things. It might only be a couple of things a year, right? So at the moment, I don't have an answer to that. We will be looking at lots of different options, and I anticipate bringing forward more than one option for the council to consider.
Thank you, Paula.
And are there any further discussion from committee? Not seeing any hands. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion. That is carried. With that, we'll move on to our next agenda item. And this is item I, staff report CAO 21-64, land acknowledgement proposal. Ms. Budis?
Thank you. So we had a request from council to bring this forward for the September meeting, and here we are. The meat of the proposal is contained in the schedule, and it indicates for you what language we are proposing, both a short and long version of a land acknowledgement, and this text would form the basis of what we post on the website. So in terms of developing this language, we did a fair bit of research and also consulted with the lawyer who's a specialist in Aboriginal law in preparing it. And we also had the good fortune of an internal staff person whose academic work is based in land acknowledgements and Aboriginal issues, and he provided some comments as well. So It's a high-level statement to recognize the history, heritage, and diversity of municipal lands that have been used by are the ancestral lands of various First Nations and peoples. And we wish to acknowledge that here at the county as directed by council and simply put it to you at this point with the recommendations. We suggest that, based on the research we've done, there are a few options for you in the recommendations and options page of the report. And really, we're just looking to direction at this point from council about proceeding and next steps.
Councillor Micheli?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. Paula, thank you very much for this report. It is, as you know, kind of something that some members of council have been waiting for, and the members of public have been waiting for quite some time. And I'm very pleased with the way that you have put all of these items together. I think that the suggestions here are quite agreeable to, I think, most parties. And I certainly don't want to go through and parse words in any of these statements, because that is kind of an exercise that could take a long time. But I do, if it's okay for me to ask about, there is one word that I would like maybe a little bit of articulation about the choice of it. In the short version acknowledgement, the third paragraph begins with the phrase, "We thank all generations of Indigenous peoples of these lands," and I'm not clear about what in that particular instance, what the thanks is for.
Through the chair, Councillor Micheli, I hadn't focused on that language. It was proposed to us as part of a short version and reflecting what we observed in other statements. And I suppose it's really just intended as a reflection of being thankful for the prior Indigenous persons that have been here, and working to truth and reconciliation, which is how that statement ends. I don't have a great deal of other insight for you on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I guess my small little concern in the back of my mind is I would not, and I'm trying to use my words carefully, I would not want someone to interpret that word thank that we are doing something in consideration of something we have received from another group. I'm just a little bit, and that's my question about that, because the phrase doesn't go on to indicate the answer to my question, does it? So I am wondering if maybe we could have a little bit of perhaps background on, because I appreciate the fact that these acknowledgements may have been borrowed, and sometimes they are rehashed versions of previous ones, but I just that particular word there is just a little bit confusing for me.
Okay,
I guess that's all I can say.
Sorry, Councillor Micheli, I can say through the chair, first of all, I'd like to thank DAO Shelley Darlington, who reminded me that the word thank is also in the long statement, and it may be that that's the genesis of it, and I could clarify a little bit. So the second paragraph begins in the longer version, "We thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who are stewards of these lands and waters today, and those that were here for countless years before us." I think it's not intended to be thank for giving us anything, but reflecting that they were stewards and that they were here for countless years before us. And so if there is, I could potentially tweak the language a little bit to reflect similar thoughts and sentiments in the second one, if that would assist.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, if I can. So Paul, and I did notice that the thank is in the long version, but in that longer version, as you can see, it does give some reference perhaps to what the thanks might be for in that case, the stewardship that Indigenous peoples have shown. But in the short version, it just seems to just hang out there.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Micheli. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comments are I'm certainly not an expert on land acknowledgement statements, nor am I an expert on Indigenous history and our history here in Norfolk County. So my only question would be, I've heard that you said you consulted with an Indigenous land acknowledgement specialist, a lawyer, I believe. Was there any other consultation done on this? I'm not going to critique what the statement says because, again, I'm not an expert, but I know that we have elders and band members out on the Six Nations Reserve. I know that the Woodland Cultural Center participates in building statements. There are specific consultants that live in Six Nations, just a stone's throw away, who do this for a living. So has there been any other consultation? My concern is it's a fairly privileged thing to just make a land acknowledgement statement without having actual Indigenous community members weigh in on it.
So we haven't. We didn't have a great deal of time over the summer to do that, but that is one other thing. If council would like, you can add it as a direction, and we will do that as well.
I would like to see that happen, but I'll let my colleagues finish asking questions.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seems to me when I read this, I pretty well have the opposite view of Councillor Micheli's summary of it. It is full of factual errors. We are dealing with potentially a land acknowledgement for the geographic area of Norfolk County. You can't borrow that from other jurisdictions where the circumstances were different. I will put a motion on the floor right now to refer this back to staff and make the corrections in fact that are misrepresented in this statement and bring it back to us at a later date. That there's not a whole lot correct on these statements.
Point of order. Councillor Van Passen continues to try and force upon this council his incorrect reminiscing of the Indigenous history of Norfolk County, and it's getting just to be a little bit too much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. Before we allow Councillor Van Passen to respond, I did want to hear from staff regarding his comments.
Mr. Chairman, there's a point of order I think you got to deal with there.
What? Okay, Mr. Clerk, what is exactly the point of order for Councillor Van Passen? The chair rules that the point of order is sustained, and we're going to move along with tonight's evening, and you'll have an opportunity to respond to your colleagues' comments. But I do want to hear from staff regarding your motion before we look for a seconder.
I'm sorry, I'm not actually sure what I'm being asked to respond to, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Van Passen had made some commentary about inaccuracies in the statement, and I was affording you an opportunity to respond or not.
So as I indicated, we had a lawyer with expertise in Aboriginal law, and we have actually done historical research related to the First Nations persons who have been within what is currently the territory of Norfolk County. So if there are errors, I am not aware of what they are.
Okay. And before we look for a seconder, Councillor Van Passen, I would like to afford you another opportunity to speak.
Well, I read the first line in our long version. that we acknowledge we are meeting on land inhabited by Indigenous peoples. The area of Norfolk County is not inhabited by Indigenous peoples. It has not been since before the time of European settlement of the area. That is not a true statement. The ancestral lands is not a true statement. Again, since the 1600s, the ones who had lived here before that, there was nobody here when the Europeans came here. This particular area of Norfolk County within southern Ontario, between the lakes area. Currently, it says in our statement that the peoples are the stewards of these lands. They are not the stewards of these lands currently. There are some certain things in there that are factually incorrect, and I would like staff to have the opportunity to go down and review some of the factual errors in there. And if they're going to bring forth a proposal for land recognition, we should at least have it correct. I don't see how that's complicated, and I don't think I've misread history, and I don't think I'm forcing opinions on anybody by stating simple historic facts.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. So the motion was to refer this back to staff. Do we have a timeline as to when you would like to see it come back, or what exactly is contained in the motion to take it back to staff?
Whatever time it takes them to get their information or verify what's there.
Again, I would like to have a staff response so, you know, council can know what they're potentially putting a seconder on or debating. I do need a staff response, please. And does that timeline work for you, or what is your response to the
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I heard a timeline. I think I heard an open-ended request to come back when.
How about the first quarter of 2022? We've already heard that how long it takes for staff reports, and we've heard that there is a lot coming on this fall already. So in the first quarter of 2022, is that a timeline I'll put on there? I'll throw it out there.
Thank you for that. With that, do we have a seconder for Councillor Van Passen's motion? Mayor Chop, and would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I have some challenges with some of the language that's used in there as well. As an example, in the short version of the acknowledgement says, we acknowledge we are meeting on land historically inhabited by Indigenous peoples. Yet the long version says, we acknowledge that we are meeting on land inhabited by Indigenous peoples. The word historically has been left out of the long version. So, you know, that's just one example that's in there. I think I agree, you know, I agree with Councillor Van Passen. I think that we have a fiduciary obligation to all taxpayers of Norfolk County. And I am concerned, we have not one, but we have a couple, one that has not been publicly disclosed, but we have a couple of, you know, significant issues that could be coming forward. And like you said, we have an obligation to the taxpayers of Norfolk County, and should this land acknowledgement be used in the future in court proceedings, I think that we need to ensure that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, and leaving out words like historical, I do think actually carry some significance to it. So I do support Councillor Van Passen's motion. I don't think it's not an objection to doing this and to moving forward with it, but I don't think either version in its current form is acceptable for us to move forward with.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The motion is on the floor, and next we'll hear from Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I certainly take to heart Councillor Van Passen's suggestions that maybe the actual words, and Mayor Chop as well, the actual words may not be perfect. And I do appreciate and understand fully, because I've become quite a student of these acknowledgements over the past 10 months or so. And I do know that it is very important to make sure that municipalities in particular do not set themselves up for some kind of future litigation based on an acknowledgement that they have put in there. And that's kind of, I think, what was in the back of my mind when I was kind of curious about the word thank. I didn't want anybody to think that there was some kind of proprietary ownership of property or land because of one word in a statement. But I do want to just mention that the overall and overarching intent of these acknowledgements is to recognize the past of Indigenous peoples, to coincide with the national and the provincial sentiment of truth and reconciliation, to make it clear to all Indigenous peoples, whether they are in Norfolk County or not, that we recognize their past history. And that, I think, and again, the mayor's comments notwithstanding about the legal issues, and perhaps the wording could be somehow made more concise or more precise. But I do want to keep council in mind that the intent of this is to acknowledge the past history. We did have a deputation earlier today that described the actual artifacts that were found, that were commenting on Indigenous people in Norfolk County. So I'm not quite clear what someone might say is there are no Indigenous peoples in Norfolk County. I'm not sure that that's quite correct, or how anybody can know that. But in any event, I just think that we need to keep in mind, this is part, especially with recent events, this is part of just an acknowledgement by our council in our county that we know and understand the past of what has happened to our Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting the deferral for these reasons. I, again, am not a subject matter expert. I would support the deferral to collect, in actual Indigenous people's feedback on this. I've heard from staff that they have consulted with a lawyer who was an expert in this area, so I'm less concerned about the legal issues. And I've heard that they've done their research. So if we can close the loop on bringing in some type of consultation that's actually relevant to the messaging, I would be in support of a deferral for that purpose, but not for the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear, I do see Councillor Van Passen still has his hand raised and still does have an opportunity to speak to his motion for a second time. We'll go to Mayor Chop for a second opportunity to speak. My apologies, Mayor, you are on mute.
I gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your comments, Councillor Michelli. I don't disagree with what you're in. I understand your intention and your motivation behind doing this. But as I've said previously, I mean, words matter in law, and the fact that there is something as simple as historically included in the short version and not included in the long version, or even your own comments, not understanding the word thanks. Again, we have a fiduciary responsibility, and to say, well, we're going to just accept this now because staff have done their research. That's a pretty loose argument if we end up in litigation with some of these issues down the road. So I see, Paula, kind of your face, but could you tell me then why historical is omitted from the one sentence and not the other sentence?
It was an oversight.
Okay, but so oversights, my simple point, Mr. Chair, is oversights matter, especially in the context when something could be used in future litigation. I fully support Councillor Michelli in his goal and his intent is with this. But even your first question, Councillor Michelli, to staff was, why is that particular word being used, and was that necessarily the best word in that context? So I think we can still move forward with this eventually, but I think that there's more work done to ensure the accuracy of it moving forward.
So if I may, I'm not.
We're in a debate at this point.
Yes, unless it's a question directed towards staff.
It was a
they
question.
Not respond.
Sorry, I have a question about.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what when you say accuracy, what exactly, just so I'm clear, what you're expecting us to do for that purpose. I've heard in the one case from Councillor Martin, we're talking about consultation with First Nations and similar community members who have an interest. In the other case, I don't really know what that means. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Well, I would have to go back to the mover for the intent of the motion if the staff is confused as to the direction. So if that is staff's position, I'll have to go to Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that there's some factual errors in the statements. I believe there's some poor choices of wording in the statements. And, you know, I fully support review to verify some of the statements in it and do the research that Councillor Martin had talked about. But it's in its current form, it needs a lot of changes. And that's what I'm asking for, that we review it, check the wording on it. You know, like staff have done a good job bringing something forward, and you know, that old saying, it's easier to edit than it is to create. Well, they've created something, and I think I'd like it edited, and that's what I'd be looking for.
Ms. Budas, do you understand the intent of the motion?
Yes and no, and here's what I mean. I can clean up a couple of issues around thank and historical, but there's nobody internally. We've consulted with people who are experts. There's nobody internally, so I'm not sure who I'm supposed to consult with in terms of correcting mistakes. It's clear to me what is asked of in terms of consulting with the community, but we've already consulted with experts in First Nations law and community, a historian expert in the area. So I can go back, I guess, to that individual and have them review it again. I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that it wouldn't be internal. There would be a cost associated with that. And I just wanted it to be clear that that would be the case.
Thank you. And let's hear from Shelley.
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Budas captured what I was going to suggest for committee to consider. So I've made some notes, as I'm sure Ms. Budas has as well during the discussion. So my suggestion would be that we go back to the consultant that was retained to provide some guidance and legal opinion with the comments that committee has made, as well as incorporate Councillor Martin's suggestion of doing some consultation with First Nation individuals as well. So I think it's two-part, but that would be my suggestion, is that we bring those comments back to the expert that did work on the file and have some feedback for the next round of discussion on the acknowledgements, and Ms. Budas can do some cleanup of some of the language that inadvertently was missed today.
Thank you, Shelley. With that, we are still in debate. We're in discussion, and we'll hear from Councillor Martin for a second opportunity to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not looking to speak to the motion. I just wanted to confirm with Councillor Van Passen that in his deferral, he is okay with my concern of the consultation occurring. I've heard Shelley say that. I just want to confirm it from the mover. That's a non-issue.
Thank you. Is that a friendly amendment, Councillor Van Passen?
No, I already stated that. I got no problem with getting input from the Indigenous members of our community and our neighbors next door at Six Nations and at New Credit. And it is a referral back to staff, not a deferral. Okay?
That is
a
right.
Deferral, there would have been no debate, right?
There you go. Yeah, I do believe I heard referral earlier. Councillor Michelle, your second opportunity to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, Paula, if this will assist in this process, I have some contacts that I am familiar with that may be able to assist with some of these issues that have been brought up by by Councillor Van Passen with regard to accuracy or wording. So with committee's indulgence, I will try to connect you to some of those sources as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. Mayor Chop, you have spoken twice to the matter,
Well,
but
it's
you
an
may
addition.
absolutely ask any questions or seek clarification.
Well, it's a bit of an addition to Shelley's list, because that was also a little bit unorthodox for how that procedure happened. So I realized I spoke twice, but we added to the motion after the fact. So I'm wondering if we can also, Shelley, when we talk to the consultant, add on to this of the couple of matters of litigation that we have currently ongoing or could potentially be forthcoming in the context of the one issue. If we can also run, this by in that context to determine whether or not this could potentially have any impact on that litigation.
Litigation was mentioned. Paula Butas has raised her hand.
You're on mute, Paula.
Thank you. We have a lawyer who we would, so external counsel, who we would approach for any of those questions. And we have the consultant who did the historical research. So I wouldn't, just to be clear, we wouldn't be going back to the consultant on the history for that. We would be speaking to legal counsel. Litigation question.
Mayor Chop, do you have a further point of clarification or a question?
No, that's fine, but the current issue that's ongoing with the municipality, as well as the issue that is potentially pending. And so, again, I think that both of those matters need to be addressed when this comes back.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to see a review of the accuracy. I do tend to be a history buff, and I have done some research myself, and I don't know, I want to make sure that we capture the correct peoples and where they were. So it's important to me that we do the research as well as we can do. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there any further discussion of committee on the motion? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I don't know if we need the long version and the short version. I've heard these statements across the province at the beginning of a meeting. And a lot of times it's just about half of what you read here in the long version. And I'm sure that we can cover off an acknowledgement in fewer words than what is here. And I just wonder if perhaps Paula can speak to that.
Sure, that's an option too. We can just write one that's a bit shorter and use a single statement. Absolutely, that's the preference.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any further comments from those that still have reserved the right to speak? If not, I will call the question. Seeing no hands raised, all those in favor of the motion for referral back to staff? And by my count, that is carried. All right. Thank you, committee. We'll move on to our next item. It is staff report CAO 21-68, councillor appointments. And I believe Kevin will be leading this one. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to committee, Clerk's Department is seeking to have some councillors appointed to a variety of positions as outlined in the report. I would like to request that we go one at a time as in the order of the report. I will pencil in who committee chooses and then read the motion at the end of the discussion.
Okay, seeing Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps through you, if I can just make a couple of observations about some, perhaps some corrections or some omissions that are in the list. On page 430 of our agenda package, the section vacancies arising from Councillor Geisen's resignation, it indicates that he was on the Long Point Region Conservation Authority, which is quite correct. And then it also indicates that he was on the Federation of Labor. I believe that should be the Federation of Agriculture committee. So I believe that that's a correction we need to make. And then in the list on the last page of the report of the attachment of all of the committees, I believe that the Climate Change Adaptation Committee has been omitted, on which Councillor Van Passen and myself sit.
All right, are there any other errors or omissions or comments of committee? I'm looking at the attachment of one. It's the Norfolk County Library Board. I believe it's Councillor Martin that currently is serving. And I'm still listed.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, thank you. The amendments have been noted, and we will make up those updates to our lists.
Yeah, it would also appear the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee, so it must be an old list. It's not the new one. With those errors identified, I see Councillor Van den Driesche would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to speak. Any of the vacancies that come from Councillor Gazens, I'm more than happy to sit on if that's of the pleasure of the councillors. I'm familiar, of course, with agriculture very much, and familiar, of course, with the Long Point Regional Conservation Authority. So either any or both are quite fine for me. That it helps move things along.
Mayor Chop. You're on mute.
Sorry, maybe this was mentioned. I'm confused. The Long Point, we have all the members that are currently on Long Point. I believe you took Councillor Geisen's seat.
That's correct, yeah.
That is correct.
So I guess in the interest of moving this along, Councillor Van den Driesche, are you interested in being on the OFA?
Yes. I'm an OFA member anyway.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm happy to nominate Councillor Van den Driesche for that appointment.
Great. Do we need a seconder? We have one with Councillor Martin. Any discussion? Let's all vote. All those in favor? So appointed. Thank you, Councillor Van den Driesche. So with that, I am, I will go back to staff. I am a little confused as it had some old information in the report. Are we done with that business then? We've appointed the vacant position.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, we still have the Recreation Advisory Committee, the Budget Committee chairs and Vice Chair, as well as some others. TDAB, that Councillor Van Passen currently sits on, but hasn't formally been appointed. And there's also an opportunity for anyone to wish to be replaced if they have scheduling conflicts.
Well, how about you assist and we'll go through that list item by item. I don't see any other way we'll be going through the business. So what's the first position we need to fill?
The first position that we need to discuss is the Budget Committee Chair and Vice Chair.
Mayor Chop.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand down. I'm happy to sit as one of the chair or the vice chair on the committee, but I'm also happy to have somebody take it over. So I just would see if there's an expression of interest from someone else that hasn't held that position.
Let's hear from our colleagues. Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I had my hand up for a previous request, and now you've gone to this item. So my question is related to another committee, so forgive me. I'm putting my hand down.
Okay. Councillor Van Andriesch, is your hand still raised? Would you like to speak?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Through you, I'd like to recommend that Amy Martin would consider taking that position of chair.
That's very kind of you, Councillor Van Andriesch. I was thinking you might want to do it to learn. I actually would, I'm not sure that I can commit to that right now, and I've got my eyes on another that when we get to it, I'd like to discuss. So,
well, I've had a lot of accounting, but I don't know if I really want to jump into that. But I was looking for the advisory committee with the sport advisory myself. But anyway.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought maybe you would be able to explain to the councillors how informative that budget chair and vice chair of the budget committee actually is, that you learn a lot of the behind the scenes work in the budget. And I did the first year, you and Councillor Huffman were on it last year. And I think it's very helpful for councillors to rotate through that. And again, if nobody else is willing, I'll be willing to sit there again. But I think it's very, very informative that everybody get a chance to sit through that one cycle. So.
I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Van Passen. You know, this is committee appointments. Is a little different than, you know, our traditional motions. But I feel that I can speak and respond to it. You know, I found it a really enriching experience. Serving on council and having the opportunity to chair that budget committee. I do think that it helps you really appreciate the budget process and the difficulties in chairing, you know, the most important meeting really for our community. And I really want to thank council for affording me the opportunity to do that. And I enjoyed supporting you when you were in that role. And I'd be willing to do it again, but I don't feel that's my decision. I think that's the decision for our committee. Let's go. Let's hear from. I got so many hands raised now. Let's hear from Councillor Huffman, please.
Sorry, it wouldn't go off mute. Thank you, Chair Rabbit. I as well concur with my colleagues who have sat on the budget committee, is that it is important for other members of council to hopefully take a turn at it. It is informative and it gives you a whole different perspective, and it is quite and it's not a steep learning curve. It's a learning opportunity. So that would be my recommendation, is that we look at getting everybody in to get a turn at it before our term is over.
Let's hear from Councillor Van Andriesch. And again, let's find someone that we can either nominate or step forward. And the floor is yours, Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you very much, through you, your chair. No pressure at all from your comments. No problem. I have accounting background. I also have served on a budget committee, so I would be more than happy to chair or vice chair the committee. Whatever is the choice of the council.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that appointment? Councillor Martin? Then let's call the question on it. All those in favor? Or is there further discussion?
No, I just don't think you've decided the role or the position yet. So I think you just decide between the two people.
The next words out of my mouth were, I believe that's as chair, because I heard you say either or. And we do need to appoint that position. Are you rejecting it?
I don't The only difference, Councillor Vanden Rishi, for the chair position is you're actually just chairing the budget committee, all the budget committee meetings. So, you know, there's really no distinction between the two roles other than actually having to chair all of the meetings as well, which can add a bit of a burden on things.
Not a problem. I would accept once you vote.
Excellent. I would like to call the question, but Councillor Michelle, would you like to speak first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When we began the discussion, Mayor Chop was willing to take on that role as well, and I would like to nominate her for either chair or vice chair, whichever we agree on.
Okay. Would you be willing to accept either vice or chair, Mayor Chop?
Yeah, I think Councillor Vanden Rishi and I can even work it out. It's no difference on who chairs the meeting, but I'm happy to do it with her. In fact, I look forward to it.
All right, this is starting to come together. I don't see any more hands raised. I think I will call the question. All those in favor of appointing Linda Vanden Rishi, the chair of the Budget Committee, and Mayor Chop would be the vice chair. All those in favor? I think we made that appointment. All right. In fact, that carried. So what is the next position we need to fill? Mr. Clerk, please.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, to committee, we need to fill 2 councillor vacancies appointed to the Recreation, excuse me, the Recreation Advisory Committee.
Mayor Chop?
I didn't mean to have my hand up, but I'll make it quick. I think Councillor Martin's probably chomping at the bit for it, and I think she can have that. And I thought Councillor Vanden Rishi, I heard you were interested in it as well.
All right. Councillor Martin?
I'm actually not chomping at the bit, Mr. Chair. I would like to discuss tourism with Councillor Van Passen momentarily. So if someone else would like to have an opportunity to serve on recreation, they can. If not, I will fill the void.
All right, I guess I'll open it back up to the floor. Is there anyone that is willing to nominate or step forward for the position? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to mention that I have taken over TDEB because of a scheduling problem with Councillor Taylor. But if Councillor Martin would be happy with that, there's a meeting tomorrow at 5. I might join in anyway, but because it's a great group to work with, but I'd be happy to serve on the Rec Advisory Board as well. And when the reappointment for TDEB comes up, I'll know who to nominate.
All right, I don't see any objections with that from our colleagues. Do you see some hands are raised still? And Councillor Michelle, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Councillor Vanden Rishi. She is very familiar with recreation facilities and often uses minor hockey as her examples for various things. So I think she would be a very good candidate for that committee.
Excellent. So the names are Councillor Vanden Rishi and Councillor Van Passen for these positions. Any further discussion? Mayor Chop?
Seconded.
We've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favor of the appointments? Thank you. Mr. Clerk? It's not Long Point. We did NFA. With that appointment, did we also transition for the tourism appointment? Correct? Was that not clear?
I didn't include that one in the motion for that one, but we could pencil in Councillor Martin based off the earlier discussion for TDAM.
Right. We'll put Councillor Van Passen for moving that, because I'm pretty sure that was the arrangement. Did we have a seconder? Councillor Columbus, would you like to speak?
Yes, I second that.
Very good. All those in favor of that last appointment? Councillor Martin. Thank you. And thank you all for your service to the various committees, boards, and agencies of Norfolk County. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am hoping that this will be an appropriate time for me to make another request. I am currently, as I mentioned before, one of the committees that was omitted from our list is the Climate Change Adaptation Committee. And Councillor Van Passen and myself sit on that. I have repeatedly had conflicts with the meeting dates and times of that committee with some of the other committees I sit on. And I am hoping that I can ask one of my colleagues to replace me on that committee. I was originally going to ask Councillor Vandendriessche if she would do it, but she seems to be the woman of choice tonight. So if she is not willing to do it, I would like to nominate Councillor Taylor for that. He has sit in on that committee for me before. But anyone who, if they are willing and if they are not able, I will carry on. But it would be, I think, beneficial for someone who can attend those meetings without conflict to replace me, please.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. Councillor Taylor?
Just a reminder, which day of the week is that?
Thursdays, Councillor Taylor.
Roughly what time?
I believe 2 o'clock is the meeting time scheduled. Councillor Van Passen, am I correct? There was a meeting last week. I wasn't able to attend.
Yeah, it's usually 2 o'clock Thursday, and it's like a quarterly schedule, so 4 meetings a year is not terrible, but I actually was unable to attend last week because I lost all internet service and couldn't even get on. So.
Okay.
I will happily accept that if
okay. Well, then I would like to move that, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. We'll go for a seconder. I do see that Kim Huffman has had her hand raised for some time. Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out there is no Waterford Deer Park Management Committee. And I'm down as a member, and every time we go through this, I tell there's no committee. It's volunteer run, and so anyways, that can be deleted. So thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay. We have a mover. I'm not sure if I got it. Kim, Councillor Huffman, can we put your name on for a second for the appointment?
Sorry, the appointment for what?
Okay, we just had
Climate Change Adaptation
Committee. Councillor Taylor has accepted a nomination and has been. We've got a mover for that position.
Sorry, I must have missed something. So in terms of.
Sorry, our Climate Change Adaptation Committee, and sorry to single you out, you had your hand raised and you're waiting for some time. So currently the appointment on the floor is Councillor Taylor will be appointed to the Climate Change Adaptation Committee. That was moved by Councillor Michele.
Yes, that's fine. I second that.
Great, we've got a seconder. Let's all vote on that appointment. I know it's been a long evening. Here we go. That is carried. Are we through with the appointments? Does anyone else have any objections or conflicts they wanted to raise at this time? Appreciate we don't always have an opportunity to discuss this with each other. Councillor Van Passen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, it's not on here, and I apologize. Who is the fourth appointee to the LPRCA? That is yourself.
It is I.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll get all those errors or omissions fixed, and if we've missed any, we can always have a future report.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, the Energy Conservation Committee is absent from the list, and if anybody would like that position, I'm more than happy to give it up. But
I have a hard enough time working with the lists I've got, let alone the ones I don't. But did we want to open up to the floor for that particular appointment?
And but one comment I would make, and I know I've called on other councillors when they're unavailable for a meeting. I don't think it hurts to have another councillor just sit in as an observer, or if anything else. And it also gives those other councillors an opportunity to learn what those other committees do. So, you know, any of the committees I'm not on, if any of the individual councillors have a conflict that particular day, and my schedule is free, I'd be happy to join any other group and just to get a better understanding of what they do. So I'll leave that offer on the table for you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also make the same offer as Councillor Van Passen. I think it's a good idea if you have an opportunity to replace somebody and get some experience and some exposure to some of the other committees. That's a good idea. So if my schedule permits, I would also be happy to sit in for somebody.
Thank you, Council and Committee. We'll now move on to our next staff report. And that is item K at staff report CAO 21-70 parking group update. Do we have Ms. Olson or Kevin? Will you be presenting this?
Through the chair, I'm here.
Oh, I see you now.
Through the chair, thank you. So CAO report 2170 is on council's agenda today. It's really an information update to provide council information related to the internal parking working group that we started in May, consisting of a number of staff from clerks, bylaw enforcement, engineering, operations, roads, planning, and economic development. This group kind of came together to facilitate discussions around some parking and traffic service issues that were going on in the county and trying to find a way to facilitate some of the actions that need to be done, because it does not appear that any one department has the sole responsibility for this function at this time. So the group has talked about a number of areas listed in the report. And really, I think the biggest thing that we are coming across with respect to this group is the need of a corporate-wide parking strategy to help us manage the expectations across the county. You will see there's a couple reports on the agenda today dealing with a couple of the matters that have come forward. As well, we have a few reports tracking for future meetings with respect to a consolidated parking bylaw, some options for addressing some peak seasonal parking issues in the lakefront communities, as well as a discussion on some current budget allocations that are identified in 2021 and 2022 regarding a parking study and some implementation of parking measures in some of the lakefront communities. That specific report is tracking for October CIC, and staff will have more information to present at that time. So again, this report is really just an information item for council, but we're happy to answer any general inquiries.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Teresa, could you please provide some clarity on the parking study that is 2021-2022 budget allocations?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. So from what I understand, I wasn't here when this budget was put together last year, but there was some funding that was allocated specifically for parking study and some parking measures to be implemented in Port Dover, Long Point, Turkey Point, and some of the urban centers. That funding has not been used to date. And we, again, the report coming in October will provide more context related to that, the background, how that came about, where it is in the budget, and what staff is recommending that allocation could be used for.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my next question is more of a comment, but I'll put it into a question for you, Mr. Chair. On the bottom of page 435, 1 of 3 on this report, it does discuss the community partners and public consultation. It does express a variety of partners and among others at the end. Would you please be so kind to specifically make note and include the Port Dover Board of Trade, as well as specific business owners that are in unique areas in these waterfront communities? I'm sure the other council members can share, but top of mind is just one example of many would be the new, which used to be the sandal maker, it's now called the Shanty, because it's in a unique area where all of the parking down by the pier is really primed for some unique changes, I think, when we're looking at the study. So I'm more than happy to meet with the working group and give my suggestions of some specific business owners, but the Board of Trade would be able to do the same. Thank you very much.
Ms. Olson?
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Martin. So just in reference to that piece that's listed on 435, that was actually part of the report that was provided in June. And at that time, it was meant as kind of an overall lens that, you know, as the parking group brings different ideas forward, that consultation would occur. The intent is not for this internal parking group to go out and specifically consult with those groups as we work through the general nature of the matters, but when we have specific matters that are going to be targeting specific areas, then we would definitely make sure that that consultation included all of the applicable groups and residents, community associations, in consultation with the local councillors of that area. At this point, we don't have a specific process in mind for that consultation, but as those items come forward, we would definitely develop them and bring them as part of those reports to council.
Yep, great. As long as those groups are included, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Micheli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. Teresa, under the tourist area seasonal parking section, it indicates that consultation with community groups is going to be required prior to the bringing a report to council, and the time frame for that is the winter of 21-22. I'm pleased to see that because I think it will be helpful to all three of those resort areas. I'm speaking more specifically about Long Point, to have those findings and that consultation be done prior to the 2022 summer season. So thank you for that, and I hope we can maintain that timeline.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes, to Teresa, Mr. Chair. What is the current parking fine down along the lake shore, and what do you expect it will be in the future?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, I unfortunately am not familiar with the specific fines in that area. I know Jim Milson is on the call. If he has those handy, he might be able to provide those. We could definitely find that for you. I don't want to speculate what that will look like going forward. Our group is still meeting to discuss that, and there's still some substantial work we want to put together related to that before we start throwing numbers out there. We want to make sure we're basing it on accurate information and consideration with respect to the parking needs there. But I do see Jim has his hand up, so he might be able to provide some context.
Thanks, Teresa. Yeah, the standard fine would be $50 for parking in one of those zones at Long Point there.
Is that today's fine, you mean, or is that the future
That's
fine?
today. That's what we would charge. We would charge now. Yes.
Okay, so you're looking to raise it. Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Van den Rishi?
Through you to staff, especially to Jim, what is outstanding in collecting of traffic fines or parking fines? Sorry.
I don't have the answer for that. The clerk's department handles that.
Collecting the money?
I don't know the answer to that. What I can tell you is today I did a final tally through clerks with the amount of tickets that our students laid in our mostly tourist areas. We were just about 800 tickets for the two officers.
But the question is, how have you collected on those?
I have no idea. It doesn't really involve bylaw.
Point of order anyway. Can we stick on the subject of the report? So there are previous reports that detail those funds and as well as the collection methods that we use. But I don't see the relevance to this report.
Point order sustained. Let's ask if there's any further questions of committee regarding the report. And if not, would someone be willing to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Mayor Chop? Staff's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Michelli. Acknowledgement. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Next item is CAO 21-71. This is a downtown Simcoe parking lot pilot project. And I do see Svi, there you are. You are presenting this report. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Abbott, and good evening, Mayor Chop and members of council. So the purpose of the staff report is ready to seek approval from council to proceed with a 3-month parking pilot in downtown Simcoe, which effectively aims to support downtown businesses, downtown residents, and downtown customers by increasing availability of street level parking for the shoppers and for the customers, while simultaneously providing alternative parking solutions for those downtown workers and residents that require more hours than 2 hours and reducing the risk of fines for them. So it's a win-win situation and one that we believe will result in multiple positive outcomes, which I'll touch on in a minute. Before I go into that, I'll just say that the process of developing this project has included that internal working group that Teresa was just talking about. The group's met, continues to meet, and we've also had some external consultation, including the Simcoe Downtown BIA, who are supportive of giving this pilot a shot. So to implement the pilot project, staff are recommending the following. We would start with the 3 larger county-owned lots in downtown Simcoe to be utilized by the residents and the workers. And these are the folks who typically need more than 2 hours in their spot, and would do this by transitioning those lots from a 2-hour maximum to a 48-hour maximum between October 1st and December 31st of this year. So that's the 3 months. We would take those 3 lots and move them from 2 hours to 48 hours. Then, in an effort to have more of those residents and workers actually use those lots and not be utilizing the street level parking, we would use communication and signs, and we would really try to encourage them to use these lots as much as possible, and with the value proposition being that it not only reduces their risk of fines because now they have the full 48 hours, but it also greatly supports local businesses with their recovery efforts by reserving those 2-hour street parking for customers. The more street parking is available for customers that like to park near where they're going shopping, the better it is and the more likely we will see success through this pilot. We would also, through this project, like to track the outcomes by collecting data, quantitative as well as qualitative data, and using that to really validate the outcomes and seeing whether we're having the impact that we hypothesized and that we intended. So to do these things, we would expect and we would like to see the following objectives realized. So first, an increase in the street level parking access for the customers of downtown businesses. This is a benefit to businesses, obviously, that are trying to bring customers back and recovering from COVID-19, more customers parking closer to their stores, but it also benefits those shoppers and those customers because they have a better experience. And when they have a better experience, they're more likely to come back to the downtown and have repeat visits. And that's exactly what we would like to see through this pilot. Secondly, we would like to help those downtown residents and those workers experience a higher level of confidence in being able to park for more than 2 hours without being subject to potential parking enforcement. By creating these lots, they are able to park there without having to worry of moving their car or wondering whether enforcement will happen or not. Next, from an efficiency perspective, we'll be able to reduce bylaw enforcement's requirements to inspect these downtown lots on a regular basis. Clearly, if you have a lot that needs to be inspected for every 2 hours versus 48 hours, there's less of a need for constant and regular inspection, allowing our bylaw folks to do more elsewhere. And finally, we'd like to use existing budget to be able to collect that data that not only validates this project and the outcomes, but really data that I think will be useful for future parking projects as we look at a more wholesome and a more comprehensive parking approach in Simcoe and then certainly throughout Norfolk County. So that's the last piece is that data. So with that, I think it's a good news story. I think it's truly a win-win for everybody, and I think it's 3 months, which is relatively low risk. So I'm pretty excited about it, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Jim is here and also Teresa, who's been very involved with the parking group and even the writing of the report. So between us, happy to answer any questions.
Questions of committee. First, we'll go to Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just, I'm excited about this as well. We've been in here in council for 3 years now, and it's taken 3 years to get to this point of continuously asking. But I don't understand the need necessarily to do a pilot project. Like, why is it we're not, if a resident buys a parking permit for a lot and they want to leave their car there for 4 days because they're home working, especially during the pandemic, and they're not going into work, if they're paying a monthly fee, like they would in any other city lot, why would it matter how many hours they're there parked for? I mean, I can understand in this case because we're not actually issuing permits, and so you're using it as a test case, but why was there the need to go through and do a pilot project when I just don't understand what the downside of issuing permits so that people can park in a lot for a fixed fee for the month. And that would be generating revenue for us as opposed to spending $6,000 for 3 months.
So through the chair, very good question, Mayor Chop. And the best way I can answer it is this. We talked about the parking permits. There's quite a bit of overhead that came out of the parking permit piece in terms of tracking the permits, obviously printing and having all those permits, but hey, I lost my permit. I need a replacement permit. It adds layers of complexity that we just wanted to validate that this will actually make a difference. Before asking people to pay, we wanted the clarity of knowing, hey, even if it's free, will you even move, right? When you introduce that cost, if it doesn't succeed at that point, did it not succeed because people have to pay, or did it not succeed because people don't think that there will be enforcement and they just won't move anyway? So a pilot is a good way for us to very quickly validate some assumptions, some hypotheses, and it's short. And if we get the positive results, I think there's a path here towards moving to that revenue model. I just think if you weigh the risk versus the benefits of the pilot to the group, and it wasn't necessarily me, I think the group together said, we want to do something quickly, we want to get it out of the gate, and permits is not the way, won't be a quick. And so putting all of those things together, that's my recollection of it. I don't know if Teresa has some more or Jim has some more. That's my recollection of it.
Yeah, thanks, V. I think you hit it on the nail on the head there. I mean, this proposal is simply a starting point to gauge both positive and negative aspects of higher utilization of our existing core parking areas by the residents and the employees. That's where the need is, and it may also provide some beneficial data to assist with the broader county-wide parking study later on. So we also have to, think about the future, I guess. We have limited parking in the core, and we have, potential new building going in with Dogwood Suites. Not that there'll be a lot of use maybe there, but other potential development downtown. So this will be a good indicator of the use for those lots that are conveniently located. And we can go from there at a fairly limited cost.
I guess for myself, I just see this maybe 3 months isn't necessarily, long enough. Again, we went through, kind of a quiz last time with council of nobody could actually say where all the lots were, in Simcoe, and from our own councillors, even myself included, until we had that discussion. So I just don't know in 3 months how this is suddenly the communication piece is going to get out to all these people to determine. But if you're actually issuing permits and it's a gradual uptake, that may take 3 months, it may take 5 months. I don't see how this wouldn't work, given that it's not that we're reinventing the wheel. This is standard in almost every city. When I lived in London, Ontario, and I went to law school, I had a condo and I paid for a parking spot in a municipal lot right behind my building. So I don't know. I just sometimes with pilot projects, I see that we're spending money to test a theory when the theory's already been tested elsewhere. And for looking across the county, I don't really think that this applies in the other areas necessarily in the same way, because we don't have, not entirely, but we don't really have sort of municipal lots in the same way as we do in Simcoe. I mean, yes, we do in Dover, but we don't have those same residential parking issues that we see here in Simcoe. So I don't know. For me, I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. Finally, like I said, this has come up at council meetings of actually wanting to move forward with this strategy. I guess my only downside was never putting it in a formal motion of wanting to go that direction. So I'm glad we are going down the right line, but I just wonder with 3 months if that's not potentially setting a project up for failure that I think definitely needs to occur.
Ms. Olson, did you have some information for us?
Sure, through the chair, if I can just provide a little bit of context. So three points to that conversation. First one, the $6,000 could be reduced substantially. Like anything, we always think when we're doing something, we want to be able to provide data back to council to prove the need for moving forward with projects. Zvi had a really great idea early on that, perhaps we don't do an actual formal study with a consultant. Maybe we do a simple survey out to the business and community industry, which would reduce that cost of that study. We recognize that the permit situation is an option, and we have discussed it at a number of our meetings. We also understand that it has been discussed at previous BIA meetings and maybe isn't quite well received quite yet. So our thought was the pilot study gave us an opportunity to address an issue that we know is a concern right now, and gave us time to put together a concrete idea about the permit, the costs involved, the process, have those consultations so that we can help get buy-in from everybody. My biggest concern is implementing something that all of a sudden it's horribly received, and then the pressure is on council to change it. So that's, we were just really trying to meet a need while we put a proper process in place. So
I would like to hear from Councillor Taylor, who's been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I do feel like the discussion was going with Mayor Chop, so I know she wants one more comment there, so I can wait a moment.
Well, Councillor Taylor, you might even be able to answer this question. I've never really heard what the opposition is from the BIA to doing this. I can't rationally think of what the negative could possibly be. If you still want to do 2-hour parking, well, you can still do 2-hour parking. But if, we have the ability to say, if you've got this hanging in your window, you're not going to get a ticket. And I don't need a study. I can look at all the emails from the angry business owners and the angry residents that have called and said, I can't believe I got a parking ticket during a lockdown. Well, if all they had to do was go and park in the lot with their pass in their window and not get a ticket, I don't need a pilot study to tell me that's not a good thing, when the option for 2-hour parking still remains fully available to people that want to just do 2-hour parking. So what is this mystical opposition from the BIA? Because every single business owner I have talked to has said, please, over the last 3 years, get us a lot that we can park in and not have to worry about our car getting ticketed.
The
Councillor Taylor.
Mystic opposition, I think there were a few different ideas that potential downsides that could come from it. What I'll do tomorrow morning is we have BIA strategy meeting. I'll make sure that we get the folks that had that opposition and get them to put it down, because I know as the permit aspect of it I do support. However, there were members on the board that didn't. I'll be sure to get that opposition down in writing, so we might be able to also use that opposition and weigh it against the conclusions of the pilot project. As it stands with this, I am excited to see work being done on the parking issue, whether that be a pilot project or not. I mean, you all know my issues with that electric car pilot project back in the day, but this I do see as a benefit going forward, getting some metrics on where the concerns are, see if this works. And I mean, if 3 months isn't long enough, I fully believe staff will say, hey, we might need another month or two on this, just to, like, we're starting to get some uptick now. Let's give it another couple months to see where we wind up. I certainly do support staff in this endeavor. And like it was said before, I am happy to see the work being done on this at this point.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've read the local newspapers for quite a few years, and maybe I could, ask Councillor Columbus for a little bit of backup on this one. But has there ever been a year that parking in downtown Simcoe has not been discussed around Norfolk County Council table or the previous town of Simcoe table? And I look at this. Maybe this is not the best solution. Maybe it's there's better ways, but at least it is something. And I have no problem with trying something and taking the criticism for why it didn't work, because when you take criticism, they have to offer a better solution. And, we've let staff look at this, different divisions, different things. They came up with something. The mayor's idea, maybe that is the solution, but I'll go back, I've said this before, but part of my management philosophy on the farm is hire good people, but part two of that is let them do their job. And, we gave staff a task, and here's what they brought back to us. And maybe we should allow them to do their 3-month pilot. Maybe it takes another month or two beyond that. But Christmas season is coming up right shortly. We want to free up the prime 2-hour parking spots in front of local businesses. And if we can move some of the residents and business owners and workers away from those prime locations down the main drag of Simcoe and get a little bit more business downtown, it's worth a shot. So whether I know anything about parking or not, which I pretty well don't know a whole lot, I'll take staff's advice, and I'm willing to try something.
All right. Is there any further questions or comments, or can I seek someone to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? I'll go to Mayor Chop.
Well, I assume Councillor Van Passen, I think he was just moving it, and I'm happy to second it. It's not that I don't, I also agree. I'm happy, like I just said, it's been 3 years of talking about this. I'm happy we are doing something. I just, one of the criticisms from every council member at this table where we have lacked in Norfolk County sometimes with some of our communication strategies, and I'm not, clear on how we plan on getting the message out that says for these 3 months, it's you got this 48-hour parking now in these lots, and then in 3 months we have to launch another communication strategy to try to get the word out that we now have permits. I just think it's a lot of changing messages in a community where we haven't necessarily had the best luck with communication strategies. So I don't know if that's putting flyers on every single window that's in town over the first period of time to alert them, and then in 3 months time when we change the strategy, putting flyers on everybody's window again. But that's the part that just concerns me, and I don't want to see the pilot project fail because of a failed communication strategy that goes along with it. But again, I'm thrilled that we're at least trying something and moving forward with something for downtown Simcoe's parking. So I will happily second the motion.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I support the thinking of the 2 Ward 5 councillors, and they're also members of the BIA, so I support that what their thoughts are on this issue.
And Councillor Taylor.
Just some, hopefully I help alleviate some of Mayor Chop's questions here. The BIA has been able to compile over its tenure here a much more effective communications list. So hopefully that can be used as well to assist in this. It has been reaching more folks than previously before. So we've got lots of angles we can attack it from, and we certainly will be.
And is there any further discussion of committee? Mayor Chop? No. Councillor Taylor's hand is still raised. If there is no further discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation? And that is unanimously carried. Thank you, everyone. Not being able to speak to the motion, I just did want to reiterate my support for the BIA and staff with the pilot project. It is a difficult can of worms. You have multiple interests, whether they be residents, those that are looking to shop, those that are looking to work. And it is a difficult balance to try to strike a parking arrangement that's fair for everyone, but also allows for a downtown core to focus on its commercial enterprises. So we're going to have a pilot project, and we'll take all of your comments to heart and back to the board. So thank you for that. Looking at our next item, it is M, Staff Report CAO 21-72, Waterford Parking Matter, Alice Street North. Ms. Olson, will you be taking this one?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. CAO 2172 is before council today with respect to some Waterford, a simple Waterford parking matter, or we believe is a simple Waterford parking matter, but also outlines that there may be some long-term considerations in the future for Waterford as a whole, recognizing that it is a community that is a mix of business and residential with a, a very increasing tourist draw with the Waterford ponds, and especially during COVID, seeing a lot of use of those areas and people coming in, needing parking requirements to be able to access all the amenities there. So we did receive a concern from a business owner with respect to a specific street, which is Alice Street, which is directly located across from parking that accesses the ponds. On this street, there is a mix of business and a multi-parcel residential that does not have dedicated parking currently. Staff did look at the area and did agree that there, was some possible concerns there and some very, simple fixes we could do that would not be very cost restrictive to try to help increase the parking there. To avoid improper parking on a street that is not currently marked for parking, as well as to provide some additional parking to address accessibility concerns, and to provide a mix of ability for businesses to have access to that parking for the businesses during business hours, but to provide the flexibility of residential and recreational use during the evenings and weekends. So in looking in the process, staff have determined that we could do some painting of some parallel parking spots along Alice Street North, which could be covered in current operational budget, as well as possibly installation of an accessible parking space that would also be covered with current budget dollars. That would have to be completed in consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And then we are also suggesting that a amendment to the parking bylaw could be made to implement 2-hour parking restrictions during peak business times, Monday to Saturday from 9 to 4. And then, some suggestions that perhaps in 2022 or beyond, staff could look at some further long-term considerations with respect to Waterford and bigger parking needs as the pond usage increases. I also just want to reiterate that we also recognize that in addressing Waterford parking issues along with all other county-wide parking issues, that a corporate-wide parking strategy or study would be very beneficial to the county. So I'm happy to answer any questions related to this. We did consult with the local councillor on this matter and the business who had expressed the concerns, and both seemed favorable to the options we provided in the report.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mayor Chop?
That's a great report, Teresa. Only just one thing I maybe should have added in the first report, but I think it's more of a long-term, it's a long-term consideration for some other areas in Norfolk as well. But I think that we need to look at a bylaw for parking for, residential units when they're constructed in the downtown core, which was a challenge that we already saw in Waterford. So if you're going to go and build an apartment building, currently there's no bylaw in downtown Waterford that requires that apartment building have parking spaces for its tenants. And so that's what's really becoming a challenge here as the urban cores are developed more. And I think that long term, maybe even more in the short term, because I really think we need that before any future sort of, I hope we have something like that before any kind of future commercial development, commercial residential development like that takes place. So that would be my one comment. And then the only other question I had, just in terms of the 2-hour parking restriction, Monday to Saturdays, obviously, a lot of the concerns, and you and I had talked about people going to the Waterford ponds and so on and taking away spaces from the businesses. And because it's such a tourist, not during the winter months, but during the summer months where you need that parking for businesses, weekends are kind of their high point. Is there a reason in 2021 why Sunday is exempt? I can understand maybe why it was in the past, but I'd almost rather see Tuesdays exempt as a driver to come and get free parking, as opposed to Sundays when the businesses are actually relying on those spots again during those summer months.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, there was no specific reason why we chose Monday to Saturday, except it seemed to be in line with a number of other similar restrictions across the county. I'm happy to amend it as per council direction. As to your first comment about the parking for the residential and downtown cores, we do have a member from the planning department on our parking group, and they have brought those discussions up. And I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but one of the things we are hoping to talk about at our parking group is a parking in lieu kind of fee for those kind of situations in downtown urban centers, as well as the different parameters that could be put through some of our changes in our planning documents related to that. So those conversations have started. Again, as you may have noted in the first report, this is a combination of departments across the board with no central department taking responsibility for this matter. So we're all trying to put as much time in and gather those data pieces. So hopefully as we bring the further reports to council, we'll be able to address some of those shortfalls.
So would you be amenable then in the motion if we were to change it, or council, something for consideration to change it, even if it's just during the summer, but let's say Tuesday to Sunday, Monday's exempt? That would maybe encourage some people to go on a Monday that want to stay longer when a lot of the, some of the restaurants and stuff are closed. But Councillor Hoffman, I'll let you take it over because you know what parking's like there on Sunday.
Councillor Hoffman.
Okay, thank you, Chair Roberts. Actually, I was just, you got ahead of me in terms of what I was going to mention when the Monday to Saturday kind of came about. Two of the main drivers down there are closed on Monday and Tuesday, where in fact Sundays would be one of the largest business days for the one business. So I think that we would be looking at, I know it does typically kind of Monday to Saturday and then Sundays exempt. It's always been historically that. But the two businesses that would bring in the most commercial traffic are closed Monday and Tuesday. I did just want to add in my conversations with Teresa about this discussion earlier on, prior to actually speaking with Teresa, I dealt with Public Works to see about the possibilities of angle parking on Alice Street and be able to utilize both sides of the street to the fullest amount. And unfortunately, the road was deemed just a smidge too narrow to accommodate angle parking, so we weren't able to move forward with that. But through my discussions with Teresa, there, whoever's familiar with the that area down there, we now have that mixed residential, mixed use building with the 15 apartments, and then the Wishbone Brewery that's moved in. But there's the Quilt Junction is across the other side of the road and a little bit to the west. There is a fair-sized gravel parking lot there that the county owns that does not get utilized. So we were looking at utilizing some signage and getting people to use that. And there's great access to the trails as well. So for people who are going to walk the trails, that's a great place to use it. I went down there on a very busy day, and that parking lot was completely empty. So those are just my two thoughts. We definitely do need to, the ponds are becoming busy, the trails are becoming busy, and with the new businesses and the, the lockdowns kind of continuing to alleviate some of their mandates and stuff like that, we do have a little bit of pressure down there, downtown Waterford.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Is there a member of committee that would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Huffman, did you wish to move staff's recommendation?
Yeah, just following up on what Mayor Chop had mentioned, I would like to support staff's recommendation with the amendment in there that we would look at Mondays and Tuesdays would be, I don't know, an extended parking or whatever, but we'd be looking at Wednesday to Sunday as the 2-hour limit.
Understood. Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Mayor Chop, is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, looks like we have concluded with the office of the CAO. Councillor Taylor, sorry.
Oh, I see Kevin's hand went up. I do believe he wanted to discuss CAO 2165 from the start of the meeting there, but I see he's on it.
Okay, very good. Kevin.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Rabbits, to committee, I just wanted to briefly touch on encroachments. The staff report is correct. It's just there's a new owner, so there's it would be an encroachment agreement with the owners, the current owners, Robert Fear and Natasha Smith. This one had about a year gap, which explains with the change of the ownership at the property between hearing from the applicant. So just that quick amendment to switch the name over for the current owners. We do have, it was a summer project at Clerk's Department to review the encroachment agreements and the outstanding applications. So committee can expect more to come in the fall months on encroachment agreements.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we need to receive this as information or?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, what we would need to do is move the staff recommendation with the amendment to the current owners.
Very good. And do we have a mover with committee? Councillor Van den Drieschie, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item of business is on my list ends staff report CS 21-53 Rogers Fiber Optic Service for municipal locations within the Waterford area budget amendment. Ms. Darlington, are you presenting this report?
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. We're joined tonight by Brent Wallace, our Director of IT, and Brent's going to lead this report.
Thank you, Shelley. Through the chair, this report is with regard to 10 municipal locations identified in Appendix A of the report within the Waterford area that qualify for Rogers fiber optic service. As you all know, SWIFT established an agreement with Rogers Communications for the installation of fiber optic services within a number of communities in and around Waterford. These 10 municipal facilities would receive benefits in a number of ways. The current connections that we have been there for about 10 or 15 years. They're wireless ADSL. They're not as reliable. They cannot handle a large bandwidth. Video and voice is a challenge. With what Rogers is proposing, they're proposing what they have done with many other municipalities that they work with. They are proposing a fiber optic Ethernet service, which is reliable, secure, provides a 100 meg connection at least. That's our baseline. It is scalable if you want to go higher. It supports multiple different types of protocols, being internet and voice and video. We can also segment between public internet traffic and private or municipal-based internet traffic, so we can have some security between the two. Within the 10 locations, there are 4 that are water and wastewater locations that are with regard to supporting the SCADA connectivity that is required for the SCADA systems. The other 6 are public areas, public like a library, a museum, a community hall, an arena. So having them have a more scalable connection that can support video streaming and everything else is very valuable. The only thing is we still need, with this, we still need a connection back to Simco for a lot of this data so they can access our data within Simco. So there is an additional cost to provide a fiber optic service to Simco. Rogers is not in Simco, so Rogers has to work with another provider like Bell to have a fiber optic connection between the two so that we could have that connection. So there's a little bit more cost in that area. This report deals with a budget amendment of approximately $16,000. That is for 3 months of connectivity. It may not be that much of a budget amendment. I'm being hopeful that Rogers would have the connections in for October, but it may not happen until November, so the cost wouldn't be as high for that budget amendment. So I'm open to, and also with this, it would be a 5-year agreement with Rogers. So this is also requesting a single source procurement for this. Being that SWIFT had already gone through some type of procurement with Rogers when they did do the actual fiber optic project, and being that really Rogers is the only fiber optic type service within Waterford at this point in time. So that is one reason why we're asking for a single source and a 5-year term for this agreement. And I am open to any questions.
Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. It's not really a question. I just wanted to make a point that these are obviously valuable services within the community for everybody. We're talking museum, library, the community hall, the arena. I used to see a lot of youth doing their homework at the arena and things like that. And obviously the connectivity that we did have has become kind of obsolete. So I would just like to support this motion going forward.
All right, we have a mover with Councillor Huffman of staff's recommendation. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Van Andrieschie has seconded. And is there discussion? I had Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. Like Councillor Huffman has said, it's a required upgrade. I can understand it for the libraries, museums, and all that, $523.10 a month. But there's 4 of them are like monitoring things on the water tower and like that, and it's the same $523. I can't see as much data being required from monitoring our water system as it is from the usage at the library, but maybe I'm wrong because I know nothing about that kind of thing. So I just wonder if there's an option to have two different packages, and because yeah, it's $15,000 budget amendment. That's for 2021 for 3 months, so that means it's $62,000 a year beyond that. And I'm not going to question it, but I just wondered if there's a better solution somewhere.
Through the chair, with water and wastewater, a couple things. First of all, reliability is key, and having outages is not good. And so the current technology we use is more susceptible to outages. So having this fiber optic service that they're proposing is something of a value. I understand that you're saying that we don't need as high of a bandwidth, but it's not necessarily a bandwidth option. It's more of a reliability, and allows us to also make sure that the information being sent is done very securely. So we're not, as an IT, managing the equipment between. They're just providing a connection that is reliable, scalable, and doesn't have any, we don't have to worry about putting firewalls in place. It's all kind of there in place for us. Also, just as a side note, I mean, down the road, I can see with water and wastewater, they could look at wanting to do video surveillance cameras within their plants or in their pumping stations. They may want to look at removing some of their phone call systems, their phone systems, or all their phone lines in those, and start using this connection for that. So if you start adding those types of components down the road, I can see them needing more data. And I also, as we go along with SCADA, there could be more and more what they call Internet of Things, or more traffic on there, because they may want to put more monitoring information with there. So yes, I could go back and talk to Rogers about seeing if there's something low scalar, but at this point in time, I would rather see them all at the same speed and reliability and bandwidth, just from a management and controllability standpoint.
Thank you very much. That's an answer that there might be other options that it's actually going to look cheap down the road by getting it now. So thanks very much, Brett.
Councillor Van den Drieschie.
I think it's a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, that modernization and connectivity is very pricey, is my comment. So the more we move in the future, the more it's going to cost. Thank you.
With that, if we don't have any further discussion, seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. I don't believe that we have any notices of motion this evening. I'm not seeing anyone interjecting. We will be moving into closed session, but beforehand, I'll ask if there's any general announcements. We'll go to staff first, and then we'll hear from council. Any general announcements on behalf of our staff? And first, we'll hear from Mr. Godby.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rabbits. I apologize. I have a bunch of updates. I've received a number of questions from a number of you about a few different things. However, the first thing I really wanted to talk to and kind of get some more messaging out for our residents is relating to the household hazardous waste days that that we've been running this year. So uptake has been slow for the last two. So this Saturday is the second household hazardous waste day that will be held in Simcoe this year. Currently, we have only booked 113 out of a potential 435 appointments. So really, we're trying to encourage those who maybe missed out the last time, or maybe were not aware of this event happening, to let them know that there is still plenty of room. We would like to see some significantly more uptake on that. Very similar to that, October the 9th is currently scheduled for the event in Langton. At this point, we've only booked 29 out of a potential 225 appointments. This being said, staff are kind of expecting that perhaps this is related to the fact that we did have a very large turnout and good response to the ones held earlier in the year. However, we just want to kind of encourage people that if you have something, there is still time. There are still appointments available. Please go ahead and get registered for that. One of the things that with this low uptake we are looking at and we'll be discussing further would be the potential reduction in the number of events that we're running come in the future. However, we don't want to pull the cord on anything like that at this point, at least not as of yet. So if people need it, it's there. Please feel free, go online, get registered, bring us your household hazardous wastes, and we can get rid of them in an environmentally responsible manner. Similarly, along the lines of just a waste management update, I just wanted to give a quick pat on the back to this council's decision to support a bulky pickup appointment-based system for this year. So far, we just started at the end of July, and we've already booked in just over 150 appointments. We've taken in over 11 metric tons of waste based on this system, and it's been seemed to be well received, and the public is been happy with the service. So at the end of the day, we've been looking at a total cost to deal with all that of only $237 because of that appointment-based system where the residents are paying a small fee. I will not go on too much longer. I just do have a few specific construction projects that staff have been asked about. I just want to give a brief heads up on. And if there's any further questions or further detail, please just let me know. I can bring back you more information next week if I understand. We've got it's been a long day. So Port Dover water treatment plant, the construction is in progress still. We're looking at wrapping up the clarifier installation there by about the end of November. Engineering is underway for the expansion works there. We've wrapped up our phase 1 of the Port Rowan water treatment plant work. The RFP is out for the design work required for Port Rowan phase 2. The Queensway Bridge is well underway, as I'm sure you've all seen. We're looking at completion is still estimated in about April of 2022. Our sidewalk reconstruction program was one of interest to many. We've had that was work that was awarded just before summer break. We're working on getting locates and getting the contractor mobilized to do that work throughout the course of September and October, with hopefully wrapped up by early November. The Waterford wastewater treatment facility is also well underway. Nelson Street in Port Dover, we are working. They had some delays there. However, things are still progressing along. They're supposed to be bringing in additional resources to try and wrap up that project prior to winter, and hopefully we have no further issues or delays there. Don John Boulevard is pretty much substantially complete. Construction for the other area of Port Dover water mains, LaSalle and those other streets, failing me at the moment, is going to be kicking off with 2 construction crews within the next week or so to be completed prior to winter. James Street and Delhi, they're still on set for completion late November. Rural asphalt, we're pretty much done. Urban asphalt, we're pretty much done. Minor deficiencies that are going on there. So if there's concerns, please bring them forward. The pedestrian crosswalks on Cedar Street and West Street are both in progress right now. And the Long Point Causeway Bridge, we did have some delays. They're still hoping to see the first half of that bridge come into service in late December. They're going to be working through the winter, provided the weather cooperates, and are looking at completion near the end of September 2022. A lot of different projects and a lot of information. However, if there's anything that I might have missed or anything specific that you would like to hear from me about, please let me know, and I will gather the appropriate information at the very least for next week.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. And you can stick with us for our general announcements section. I did want to hear from staff first, and we'll go around for council. I thought I saw Mr. Cridlin earlier.
Yes, thanks, Chair Rabbit. My hand was up, but I'll be brief. I just wanted to maybe update council. I mean, the West End with the big windstorm on Sunday night. The roads crews, I just did the math, almost 110 calls between midnight and into the next day. So just say hats off to the road crews for being out there day and night clearing the roads. I know my drive home tonight, there's still a lot of roads closed off in the West End. Also, hydro crews, hats off to them. Those guys have been working hard, and even our new Service Norfolk group taking all those calls, processing them, and getting to staff on timely manner. So I think we're going to have all the hydro back on in the West End of Norfolk County, probably no later than tonight or tomorrow morning. And the other thing is Langton Arena. We were a little worried about losing the ice, but hydro got the hydro back on, and we had a generator hooked up, so we did cancel programming, I believe, for a day, but we're back in shape. So the county's slowly getting back together with the prediction of another big storm tonight, so we'll see what happens. So hats off to all Norfolk County staff. There's been quite a 48 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Cridlin, and thank you to Norfolk County staff. With that, is there anything further from members of staff that would like to have a general announcement? Those of you that are still on the line with us here, I'm not seeing any hands. Let's start going around the council table, and first we'll hear from Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I don't know if this should have been a notice of motion or not, so I apologize. But I'm just wondering, we had discussed last night at our Board of Health meeting that we would have Dr. Strauss address CIC today, and we've just been notified that he will be addressing council next week. Well, actually, council isn't who he reports to, so I think we're going to have him report to CIC due to the time constraints. So should we be calling a special Board of Health meeting for next Tuesday? That's my question.
I believe, and if I may, we would follow the same procedure as this evening, where we would still require the 2/3 to allow the doctor to speak. So if I have that mistaken, I'll go to the chair of council, the mayor.
Yeah, no, Councillor Huffman, same thing as Councillor Rabbits is correct. We'll just do it as we were going to do this week. So it'll just require the 2/3 vote to waive the rules of procedural order, and he'll address council at our next meeting on Tuesday.
Okay, thanks. I just figured just because we had a little bit of time to play with, so we didn't have to do anything differently. We would just call the Board of Health. So, and I just wanted to say on a personal note, thank you to Norfolk County staff. We've had a couple trees down on our road on our street this past couple days, and they've been in and cleaned up very quick and have done a great job. So hoping for them that tonight's storm isn't nearly as bad as the last one is, and they can get a bit of a breather. So thanks.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to go back and call on Mr. Godby. I was hoping for a little bit more of an in-depth update with the water situation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Martin. What I can add further to that is the issue in Dover, as I mentioned, is the plant expansion works and work there is progressing. The work that we've had going in Simcoe, we were looking at optimization of the one well, say the Chapel Street well in Simcoe. We have received some very favorable results from that work. We have MECP approvals for us to be able to actually, and the technical approval to pull more water through that well. So that does help give us a little bit more breathing room on Simcoe. The negotiations with Haldeman are currently going to be re-engaged once our new CAO Al is brought on next week. He and I will be meeting later that next week to go over this whole situation and give him the full rundown. He's been partially briefed on most of the issue. However, we're going to be re-engaged with Haldeman. I've had some minor discussions with them over the past week as to their work. So an update on a more detailed update on that will be forthcoming. Beyond that, I'm not sure if you have anything specific you are specifically looking for or what?
No, that's helpful. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Godby. That's helpful. Good to know. I guess just hearing you say that you'll re-engage in Haldeman discussions, have we lost time with our not having Mr. Burgess here and waiting for Al to start the summer break? Are we on schedule? Are we behind schedule? Any comments to that nature?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, I would say that it hasn't had a large impact on us because of the other work that's been continuing to go on in the background with our staff and engineering continuing to push issues as well as in Haldeman. I don't believe we've really lost any time. It's just going to be a matter of getting us all back up to speed now that we can get running full tilt come the end of this month.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, my only final comments to Mr. Godby would just be, I hope the next time we can get maybe an information memo or written update as per that motion we passed. I believe it was November for those, bi-monthly updates. If we could get something in writing and print in the agenda, I think that'll be a better way to update the community at large. But thank you very much for that update. I appreciate it.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and through you, it's with great excitement that I can say the Pond Street Expression of Interest portal is finally open. So I would just like to say a massive thank you to every member of staff that was involved in getting that where it is, my colleagues on the BIA, and all the volunteers that we had out for those committee meetings to get to this point. If you're interested in looking at this, I guess expression of interest, go to the county website, and if you click the news hyperlink as you scroll down, it'll be right there. As of yesterday, it was the top story. That may change. And if you want another route, if you click the menu tab and go to developer information, scroll down, the project will be in there as well. With that said, I do believe this project has the potential to be one of the major catalysts in downtown revitalization. So I am very excited to see that it has hit the public. So that's a very good news story that came out earlier I guess it was late last week. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Next we'll hear from Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I guess I think Councillor Martin hit it there. I'm just hoping, Mr. Godby, that maybe in the future, I know we've got all of our senior staff sitting here for these big updates. Maybe we can just kind of get a brief little memo to include with the council information package with the updates on public work projects. I think we're sort of outside what the procedural rules were in terms of general announcements, because it was this council that sort of changed that. I don't think that was necessarily the purpose when it was envisioned. I guess the only other thing I would say to everyone, Theodore the Tugboat is here in Port Dover. Tomorrow, I believe, is the last full day. We had hoped he was going to be here for the weekend, of course, with kids out of school, but unfortunately the weather didn't cooperate, so he didn't arrive until Monday. But if you do get a chance, head down to the pier. It was also originally slated to be parked right next to the Harbor Museum. Unfortunately, with the weather and dockage, that didn't work out either. So he's down at the end of the pier. The Harbor Museum is open. It's a great opportunity to combine the day, and a big thank you to Mr. McKeel for making sure he stopped in Port Dover for a few days on his way back to his new home in Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Acting CEO Shelley, or perhaps the mayor may answer this. It's with respect to the situation in Wheatley, where they had a hydrogen sulfide explosion in the community. I believe several people were injured. I know they were going to the Ministry of Natural Resources to get some claim back on that. Have we heard anything, or have we been communicating with Wheatley in any way? Because we basically have a hydrogen sulfide issue with the Lindock area there, Silver Hill area.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, thanks for the question. We had a brief update meeting with Mr. Cridlin earlier today, and I believe he's still on the call with respect to next steps for the well that you have just questioned. We have not, to my knowledge, been in touch with Wheatley, but that certainly is something that we can reach out and have a discussion with them. So we'll diarize that and follow up at SLT tomorrow.
I know they were going to the MNRF about that whole situation, similar to what we had done in the past. So if they
the only thing I can add, Councillor Columbus, is they are aware of our situation and our similar challenges with the MNR as well in that regard with abandoned wells. So the lines of communication are open to a degree. They are aware of kind of some of the similarities that we've been dealing with here.
I'm pleased to hear that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Godbey. Jason, you mentioned the Port Rowan water system has finished phase 1, and now there's an RFP out for phase 2. Could you just review what the phase 2 is?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Michelli. The phase 2 of the works there in Port Rowan is related to some additional replacement work, treatment facility replacements within the building itself, some old clarifiers that need to be addressed. At the same time, we are looking at, and it's an investigation to see what further we can do within that site to provide additional treatment capacity based on that existing facility.
Thank you, Jason. Mr. Chair, if I can also add, so Jason, does that include the examination of the possibilities of changing or altering the intake pipe?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, yes, we have ongoing works on the actual physical inspection of that intake, and that work will feed into some of the deliverables and the overall plant examination of what they're looking at there. They'll basically be looking at that along with the existing treatment components within the facility, and being able to determine how can we maximize every aspect of that facility in order to continue to have it producing high quality drinking water.
Thank you, Jason. And Mr. Chair, one last question. Jason, has the removal of the Concession A bridge commenced?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, I'm not certain if it has started. I know it was to be starting either later this week or perhaps next. That is strictly just the removal of the superstructure itself for safety reasons, and the more permanent barricades to be installed at the end of that road. I can get you a more further detail for next week if you wish.
Oh, that would be very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. Councillor Vanden Driesche?
Thank you. I would just like to say that thanks to the roads department, we do have and had a lot of trees down, a lot of damage down here, but there is still a lot that are hanging, unfortunately, and they'll probably have to be addressed. So kudos to them for getting out there and trying to do that so that we can at least get our hydro back. A lot of people just got their hydro back today, and some are still outstanding. I do have a question for the county clerk. At some point in time, I would like to have the outstanding monetary value of the parking tickets. I would like to know that number later in time.
Through
Thank you.
Through you, Chairman. Through you, Chair Rabbits, to Committee Member Vanden Driesche. I have noted that, and we will provide a response back.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did put my hand back down because Councillor Vanden Driesche mentioned it, but the nasty storm was not just in the west end. It hit a big chunk of Ward 4 as well. And thanks to our crews for being out there, they got the roads passable, and now they're out there cleaning them back up. So the residents do appreciate the work and efforts they put in, and thanks to our staff again. So.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. I think we all echo those comments as we awoke to the damage from that storm. With that, we are through with our agenda up to closed session. So we have 4 in-camera items that were provided to council. The clerk has informed me that staff are requesting to go into closed only for one, the property sales staff report, and that the memos from Ms. Boutis, they can be received as information without necessarily being discussed. They're for information. I would like the clerk to please read out the motion to enter into closed session, and then we will proceed to vote. So with that, Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Rabbits. Just a quick follow-up on the last staff report for CS 2153. I did not receive a... Oh, I did. Never mind. Sorry. Scratch that. We're getting late. My next question would be if committee would like to go into closed for the memos, or if we can just receive them as information. I would still like to provide the opportunity if there is any questions committee may have. But if not, the resolution would read as follows, or the motion would read as follows: that committee enter into closed session at 7:54 p.m. to discuss staff report CS 2157 regarding a proposed property sale pursuant to section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a mover? Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? We shall move into closed. Kevin, are you managing a break? A few moments to get organized, I imagine.
Be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Oh, Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only will.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, we are live and ready to reconvene an open session at 8:13 p.m.
Thank you. And I imagine, do I need a motion to reconvene and open?
That's correct, yes.
May I have that motion? Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? We have moved back into open session. Kevin, I would appreciate if you could take us through coming out of closed with the direction that was provided or regarding the item we went in to discuss. What's for the open session?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, the staff report was discussed and a decision was made and direction provided to staff in closed session. We'll keep that confidential for now, as it's these minutes get ratified at council meeting next week. So nothing is final yet. And the next motion that I am requesting, we did not discuss this in closed for clarity, but we still have to receive our county solicitor Paula Budis's memos for information regarding the conflict of interest update, HDI property tax update, and tax issue to be received as information.
Thank you. Can I get a motion from committee? Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? So carried. I think we have one more item of business, Kevin?
That's correct. I believe we need to have a motion to adjourn at 8:14 p.m.
Sounds good. I don't think we've forgotten anything this evening. Councillor Taylor has moved. Councillor Columbus has seconded. All those in favor of adjournment? That is so carried. Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening. I want you to all be well. Stay safe out there.
Thank you,
I feel
everyone.
like I'm on Hill Street Blues.
Good night,
Good
folks.
job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.